said, Minister Williams, yes, I heard everything that has been said about the Jamaican economy, but what would you tell our young people about the stock market? And I said, you know, when you think about our relative size in the world, it really makes me proud that Jamaica has had a stock exchange for 20 years. A stock exchange that has demonstrated all the qualities of good governance, a stock exchange in which Jamaicans, and I dare say the world, have confidence, a stock exchange that has delivered performance over the years. And you can feel free to applaud wherever in my speech you want to. And I continued, while I said to her, because I know it's on camera, while I'm not giving investment advice, I would say to all young persons starting out in life that you should begin the discipline of investing a percentage of your resources in the Jamaica Stock Exchange. But I also said our young people must take the long view, 10, 15, 20 years view, because they have time on their hands to manage the ups and downs in the market. And those of you who are participants in this market know that we've had the best of times and the worst of times. 2015, best performing in the world according to Bloomberg. 2023, a reversal of that. So over the years, we've seen the stock exchange launch, the junior market, 2009. I am proud to be a member of the government that had the courage to do so. And despite the opposition when they were in power wanting to do away with the junior market, we see the benefit of it to the economy. And so only 2 weeks ago, I took legislation to Parliament to raise the limit of the junior market from $500 million Jamaican to $750 million. And I know, yes? And I know the general manager came back because there's a little step more she thinks we need to take. So we will try to sort that out, Madam General Manager. We want to encourage more companies to list because listing brings with it an opening up of investment opportunities to ordinary Jamaicans and increase access to capital for those companies that list. The junior market, if my calculation is correct, has delivered compounded annual return of 22% despite the ups and downs since 2009, approximately. No, man, you can't clap more than that. That's a good rate of return, right? Compounded annual rate of return on average. And we've seen 2 companies graduate to the main market, which is the outcome that we want to see. And I know that your general manager, the general manager of the stock exchange, has been impressing on this government, particularly me, the need for a micro market and legislation for REIT product, real estate investment trust product. And so I don't know if the chairman is here of the stock exchange. I want to say to him, I don't believe that Mrs. Street Forest, Dr. Street Forest, will demit office before this happens. So get ready for her to continue staying around. So Dr. Street Forest has asked me to speak about transforming government assets into wealth for the people. And I know that generally persons think of hard assets. And as a government, we do have a robust program of divestments and PPP, public-private partnerships. On PPPs, we're closing off on the Rio Cobre PPP, which is a project, when it is done, would take millions of gallons of water into Kingston. And that was government and the private sector. Several others are under development and include a portfolio of courthouses, expansion of Soapberry wastewater treatment plant, North Coast Highway expansion. For divestments, I hope you will excuse me if I only speak in generalities, but I want to say that we do have a deliberate plan to list assets on the stock exchange, and we are in the process of preparing for sale the 20% residual GOJ ownership in Jamaica. We're also going to do the Jamaica Mortgage Bank and Port Authority's BPO asset of legislation. Among the other legislative changes, I mentioned the junior market. I took to Parliament last week was the amendment of the corporate income tax for energy companies, in particular, those companies that are known as power purchase producers. Even though they are regulated companies and are subject to the 33 1/3 corporate tax rate, their corporate income tax rate will be 25% if they produce 75% or more of their energy from wind and or solar. So we're incentivizing that. I also took to Parliament last week legislation to codify the corporate income tax rate for companies providing trust and or corporate services and are not engaged in other activities. And even though those companies are regulated companies, they'll be regulated by the FSC, we're saying to those companies we want to encourage this industry in Jamaica, and so we're granting you corporate income tax rate of 25% instead of the 33 1/3% for regulated companies. JIFSA, which is the Jamaica International Financial Services Act, you heard the Prime Minister talk about that last night. There is still some remaining legislative work that has to be done to get the limited and general partnership legislation passed. Other parts, such as the segregated accounts law, that's already in place. And so you can see, step by step, we are putting the pieces in place to fully enable the Jamaica International Financial Services to thrive in Jamaica. And because it's been so long, we have to go back to 2011, when the authority was established, with a goal to promote Jamaica as a jurisdiction for international financial and business services. The mandate is centered on stimulating economic growth and encouraging investments within the Jamaican economy. We want to encourage multinationals to establish entities in Jamaica, which will provide financial and business services to the export market and own assets in other jurisdictions. Efforts have included creating a robust and sophisticated legislative framework, formulating a competitive tax regime, and taking steps to ensure that the domestic market, relevant institutions, and agencies are fully prepared to ensure the center operates efficiently to take advantage of the ensuing opportunities and that our jurisdiction remains transparent. Again, I know it has taken quite some time to put the legislative framework in place, having had to ensure that we dot the I's and cross the T's with regards to the global AML CFT standards, which is the anti-money laundering, counter and financing of terrorism standards. But as a government, we've kept at it, and with the certainty that we have brought to the corporate income tax regime, you can see that we are committed to success of such an industry in Jamaica. Yeah, I hear a little faint clap. Yes, you can. So the Prime Minister gave all of us a comprehensive overview of the Jamaican economy last night and confirmed this government's commitment to fiscal prudence while pivoting to the next chapter of Jamaica's inclusive growth agenda, powered by Aspire framework. And just to remind you what Aspire means, the A in it stands for access to economic opportunity for all. That's the inclusive growth. Because if you recall, there was a time in the history, in the independent history of Jamaica, when we had certain industries that were growing robustly. We had GDP growth, 6, 7, 8, 9%, but it was concentrated in a few industries. And so when we talk about inclusive growth, we want to see more broad-based growth in Jamaica. So the S in Aspire would be safety and security. P would be people, which is human capital development. The I is the infrastructure development, not just roads, but buildings and communities and all of that. And of course, the Prime Minister stressed last night as well, the reform of bureaucracy so that it becomes easier to do business. So he spoke to the ease, the speed, and cost of doing business. And then lastly, it's the economic diversification and new industries. And certainly, the stock exchange is an enabler of that. So how do we engineer sustained and higher levels of economic growth, which we all desire? Well, first, in my opinion, with the financial discipline we have embedded in the budget process, we have to ensure that Jamaica has the ability to recover quickly once we're hit by a natural or other disasters, because we know that these disasters subtract from our GDP growth and that it takes time to recover. So if you hear me dwelling on that, it is with good reason, meaning dwelling on what we have done to ensure that we have buffers in our budget process. It's because we realize that we are located in a hurricane-prone part of the world. No secret. But we've taken deliberate steps to ensure that Jamaica has financial buffers to allow us to recover quickly and build back better. I know all of you here understand that every year there's a hurricane season. But the important thing that a government can do for its people is to ensure that we have the resources to recover quickly and, as I say, build back better. So just a few days ago, I wrote a letter to one of our important multilateral partners who has been a partner in helping Jamaica build financial resilience to weather-related events in the economy. And so I said, "Dear President so-and-so, Jamaica has fared well in navigating the ever-evolving economic landscape following the global upheaval caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Over the past fiscal year, Jamaica has achieved notable economic milestones, including enhancing fiscal resilience, continuing the downward trajectory of the public debt to gross domestic product, and improving the investment environment. Key economic sectors, particularly tourism, continue to perform well, exceeding pre-pandemic levels and driving balanced growth across the economy. I am sure you recall that the country's creditworthiness has been further validated by the upgrades from Standard & Poor's and Moody's, signaling increased international confidence in Jamaica's financial stability and fiscal policy. And I want to remind you that there was a landmark liability management operation in the third quarter of fiscal year 23-24, which was the issuance of an oversubscribed Jamaican dollar linked bond in the international capital markets. Who ever thought that Jamaica would get to that point? First of its kind within the Caribbean community. And this success bolsters Jamaica's debt management capabilities and showcased its increased credit desirability. But despite all the work that we have done, it can be wiped away in an instance by natural disasters. All of us here this morning know this. And so in this regard, the government must maintain and continuously improve the country's strategic, multi-layered disaster risk financing suite of instruments in order to mitigate the fiscal impact of natural disasters. And if this does not sound sexy to you, it really gets me going. Because when you have to think about budgets and the risk to budgets, it's a comfort to know that we have this plan in place. You know that the recent Category 4 Hurricane Beryl in July last year was followed by Tropical Storm Raphael, which was followed by probably the longest period of daily rains ever. But despite all of that, despite all the natural disasters in 2024, I'm here today to let you know that yesterday I took to Parliament a supplementary budget to the end of this fiscal year, which will end on March 31st, 2025. And we are projecting a balanced budget for the fiscal year 2024-25 in keeping with our fiscal rules of having a fiscal balance of 0.3% of GDP. And we also expect that by the end of this fiscal year, which will end, as I said, March 31st, 2025, that our debt to GDP will fall below 70% to 68.8%. We have to go back to 1996 to see this kind of low for the Jamaican economy. And so this morning, my word for the Jamaican economy, the Jamaican people, and Jamaican businesses, my word is resilience. We've taken a lot, but we've been able to recover quickly and move on. And we could not have done this without having the National Natural Disaster Risk Financing Policy. And I know I brought one slide to show you on this, or two. It is in place. It's one thing to write a policy, but it's another thing to fund a policy. And I want to tell you that this policy has been significantly funded by this government. We have experienced and demonstrated the wisdom of having cushion to our budgets. So we have certainty regarding our response in times of disaster. So that is just a screenshot of the page at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. If you go there, you can read all about our National Natural Disaster Risk Financing Policy and how we structure it. So disaster risk financing is about putting in place a menu of financing instruments that the government can readily access to respond to natural disasters. And this should give all Jamaicans, all investors in our stock markets, persons and entities looking to invest in Jamaica, it should give them comfort that the government has this ability, the built-in buffer to our budgets to give us the ability to respond swiftly. And so this disaster risk financing utilizes the concept of risk layering, because no single financial instrument, if you could put up the other slide, can efficiently address all the risk. Risk layering and timeline of funding needs are the fundamental concepts underlying the policy. We consider the frequency and the vulnerability of the event. So in this regard, the government can access different resources in order to build disaster resilience and provide financing at each stage of the disaster response process, because you know those stages are relief, recovery, and reconstruction. And with that slide there, it shows you exactly what we have in place. For low risk, meaning local floods, landslides, we have contingencies in the budget, reserves, annual budget allocation. We can deal with those. Those are local. We can allocate away from something that we can delay. We can make those moves at that stage, at that level, the low risk layer. When you get up higher into the medium risk layer, where you have floods, minor earthquakes, we have to tap into the contingent lines of credit. And then when you get even higher, the large earthquakes, the tropical storms, the hurricanes, like Hurricane Beryl, then you talk about insurance, risk transfer to insurance instruments. And in particular, we access the market for catastrophe bonds. Recently, twice now, we've done that. And again, for me, this is something amazing that I would not have thought Jamaica, sitting in the hurricane belt, would be able to access. But we've done it. We've utilized parametric insurance. As you know, ahead of time, it says, okay, if these conditions are met, then it's almost immediate, financing of that. So I'm taking the time again to go through this because I want it to become a part of your thought process as you think about Jamaica, opportunities for investment here, and what happens during those periods. How is the government situated to respond to disasters, which will inevitably happen in our part of the world? So back in May of last year, the World Bank settled a catastrophe bond issued on behalf of Jamaica in the amount of US $150 million. In the event of a named storm, insurance payout to Jamaica will be triggered once the storm meets the criteria. So on, this forms part, like I said, of the government's multi-layered disaster risk financing strategy. And we've since renewed the bond that was issued earlier, and the one in place right now is scheduled to mature in 2027. And of course, we will evaluate as we go along. And we continue to have a facility as well from the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, CREF, in addition to contingency funds and National Disaster Fund. Again, it speaks to prudence in our financial and our fiscal management, ensuring that we have a good foundation for debt sustainability and enable the Jamaican economy to, take comfort as we go through these adverse impacts. So, bottom line, the government remains steadfast on this path, especially in terms of disaster management and recovery. So I hope you walk away this morning with that in place. Looking forward, we have hope, a lot of hope, despite some uncertainties around global tariffs and other issues. And if you put up the other slide, we can, one of the reasons we have that hope in the global world is that according to the IMF, they are projecting that a record low share of companies is expected to be in recession in 2025 and 2026. And you can see the green is positive growth, and I did not choose the colors. The orange is negative growth. And of course, the last big orange line there in 2020, you know that was COVID. But look at 2025, 2026, you can barely see, negative growth. So that's a good backdrop for us here in Jamaica. The government is making significant strides in its commitment to strengthen the enabling environment for private sector development. We are big on digital adoption. We have an ambitious reform agenda to promote the development of the digital economy. You know, we have data protection laws in place in order to provide greater safeguards for the handling of the personal information of our citizens by requiring systems to be in place to protect data privacy and to create resources in case of failures or breaches by incumbent and future operators. And I know all about this because I piloted through the Parliament the Data Protection Act. And you know that we have been bringing the different entities online we've been bringing them into operation as of March of last year. So already we have 161 data controllers registered with the Office of the Information Commissioner, and the communication around it has been happening. Government acknowledges the essential role of a resilient financial sector in sustaining economic growth, fostering financial inclusion, and protecting against systemic disruptions. So in alignment with Jamaica's commitment to prudent fiscal management and economic stability, we continue to ensure that the legislative agenda continues as well. And I know I have a lot more, but I'm going to end here by saying that I can say with confidence that this government reaffirms its commitment to achieving sustained economic resilience and stability in the face of whatever global challenges there are. And recall that at the top of my speech, I said I wrote a letter to one of our international partners to continue partnering with us on our disaster risk financing pathway to build more resilience in our budget process. And I am sure, absolutely sure, they stand ready to help. And so I ended the letter, as anyone would do, by saying, yours sincerely, Honorable Favour Williams, Member of Parliament, Minister of Finance and the Public Service. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Testing. Testing. Yeah. Quick announcement. The following cars are blocking: Honda Fit, Toyota Camry, Toyota Prado 7765. The Camry's license plate is 4225 HP, and Toyota Hiace MOH 304479. Please remove your cars now.
All right. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Fayval Williams, Minister of Finance and the Public Service. The very first female Minister of Finance Jamaica has ever had. Can we have a round of applause? As my friend and colleague Sean would have highlighted, the Minister is not only a CFA charter holder, not only Wharton MBA, not only Harvard undergrad, but the Minister is also ex-C-suite from one of Jamaica's largest financial institutions. Why is that important? Ladies and gentlemen, it is important because not only do we have a Minister of Finance that is more qualified than the majority of us, but she is also a market practitioner and now has the economy of Jamaica under her control. So, Minister, Minister, you have an opportunity where you are both very academically qualified, but also a market practitioner, which means that you can see the scenario from both ends, the public sector and the private sector. The government of Jamaica will not continue to be a serial issuer as the past, and therefore the private sector will have to find new assets to feed off of, so to speak. The ministry and the government are doing all the right things with the changes to the junior market, but also this divestiture program, which will supply the market with assets going forward. Having sight of all of this, Minister, and you understand some of the restrictions, limitations, abilities of the private sector, what are you expecting from the private sector, given that the government of Jamaica is laying the groundwork for the future of the capital markets?
Well, I'm expecting to see more companies list on the stock exchange, just opening up opportunities for ordinary Jamaicans to invest as well in the market. I expect them to do, large capital raising, to look for assets probably overseas in the region so they can expand. Because unless businesses grow, hire on more people, unless we get into new industries, we're not going to see that robust growth that we all desire. So we want our companies in Jamaica to become large, big companies that can take on the region and take on the world, if you will.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Before I hand it over to Sean, Minister, you've inherited a desk where the debt to GDP is now in the 60s, where the government has more reserves than they've ever had before, probably some of the largest in CARICOM now. But, Minister, we're also in an election year. How do you strike the right balance between continuing the prudence in terms of the management of the country, but also understanding that the benefits from the improved macroeconomic metrics filtering down to the man on the street? How do you strike the right balance where that is concerned?
Well, I'm going to go back to what the Prime Minister said last night. He did say we are not a run-with-it government. We still commit to fiscal prudence. At the same time, we look for ways to share, to ensure that Jamaicans benefit from the improvements in the economy. And you've seen it in terms of social housing. You've seen the many different care programs that are out there. We have a suite of social programs that are administered through different ministries to help those who are most needy. So we will go, when we go to the voters, we're going on our performance. There are many things to which we can point that we have done to improve the Jamaican economy, and many things that we can point to that we have done that have been improving the lives of persons in Jamaica, and we can stand on that record anywhere, anytime.
Thank you. Thank you. Just picking up on that remark from Agnes, could you quantify, possibly, if you had, maybe I've shared this earlier, Aspire program, would you be able to quantify in any expenditure that program may require? The first question. And the second question, could you summarize foreign direct investment last year and for the upcoming fiscal year, any major foreign direct investment opportunities that you see coming into the island, and how local companies can look to partner or participate with some of these investments coming up?
Well, the one that I meant, with regards to your second question, the PPP I mentioned, that involved local and international persons. And again, that was a significant deal that will ensure that the city of Kingston and St. Andrew have access to greater water supply in the coming years when the project gets underway. As to other specifics, again, I can only stick to the script that I have this morning about our plans to list assets on the stock exchange, and the ones that are already in the public domain, which is the Trans-Jamaica assets and so on.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Are we opening it up the floor to questions at this time?
Just before we go forward, Sean, Minister, and there's going to be a shameful plug. We spoke about the divestment of your 20% in Trans-Jamaica. We also spoke of the divestment of the Port Authority's BPO assets. So I'm very proud to say that NCB Capital Markets has been mandated on those transactions. So I know you mentioned the DBJ to make contact, but I'm very proud to say that NCB Capital Markets has secured those transactions and will bring those assets to market.
Thank you, NCB.
My question to you is that there are very significant liquidity events taking place in 2025 from the Ministry of Finance. And do you think the debt management unit, for example, in the ministry would have been be very intentional in terms of how we synchronize the government bringing these transactions to market with these liquidity events taking place?
Absolutely. And I've met with the debt management unit, and that's something they talk about all the time. They do communicate with the Bank of Jamaica, with players in the market, to understand the needs that are there, to understand the liquidity situations. I have every confidence that they will coordinate, triangulate when these deals are being done.
So the ministry is extremely synchronized.
Yes.
Thank you.
A question on the floor?
Last night announced that you were a brand new finance minister. Your Prime Minister last night talked about the exchange rate and about the stability of the exchange rate. I am from Guyana. I'm one of the 5 directors of the Sovereign Wealth Fund in Guyana. But apart from that, I've been investing in Jamaica through the stock exchange since 1999. Wow. When I did my first investment in Jamaica, it had to do with Carib Cement and TCL. At that time, the exchange rate was to the US dollar was 40.75 or whatever it was. But let's say 41. I have a portfolio in Jamaica now from since 1999. And if I were to try to convert that portfolio, the exchange rate is 157 roughly. Let's say 157, 159. I think as an overseas investor, the metric of the foreign exchange is an important element. I would therefore like to know if you have just abandoned the whole question of getting the exchange rate. Yeah, if you have just abandoned the whole question of the exchange rate, or what are your plans, government plans, as it relates to address this whole question of the exchange rate? Thank you very much.
By the applause, it tells me that there's a lot of interest in this topic. You heard the Prime Minister say as well that there's very little restriction on persons being able to transact in US dollars, given the nature of our market. The purview of the exchange rate rests with our Bank of Jamaica, who assesses the environment. You know that Jamaica is a country in which we buy a lot from overseas. We're not yet a net exporter. I know that the Minister of Industry and Commerce is going around talking with businesses to get them to export. So we will be able to be in a better position. But for right now, in terms of our currency, we look at the percentage each year in terms of what it does rather than the absolute number. And when you look at the level of depreciation over the period of this government, it's been quite less than we've seen in other periods of time. We are proud to know that foreign exchange is available to businesses and to individuals to carry out their business. We know within the Caribbean this is not so. There are other countries where you have to get permission before you can transact in US dollars. We have a freer environment than that. And I guess on the flip side is the fact that we have had to endure some annual depreciation of the currency.
Good morning, everyone. Congratulations, Madam Finance Minister. It's such a pleasure to see a woman holding that position. For persons who would have come to this stock exchange conference for the last 10 years, you may be familiar with my face. I did significant research on the governance public debt nexus, a case study of Jamaica looking at Jamaica, Barbados, and Singapore since the 1960s. And as I listened to the Prime Minister last night, and I watched what Dr. Nigel Clark has done so far, your predecessor, Madam Finance Minister, I'm delighted to see the trajectory that we're on as a nation. My question to you is, in terms of economic diversification, we have been leaning on tourism quite a bit, and we saw what happened during the pandemic. What are our plans for diversifying the economy and getting the economy growing, because that is the main area of focus right now as we go forward?
I agree with you that the traditional industries that we know have been the ones primarily responsible for growth: tourism, agriculture. We do have manufacturing, we do have the financial sector, and others in the economy, if you look at our list of industry sectors. But I agree with you that we need new industries, new areas of growth in the economy. We are looking to our financial sector to help us to get out there, to bring new companies to market in the Jamaican area. As we digitize our economy, we have great hopes for the technology sector. So those are the things that we're putting in place. You heard me talk this morning as well about the trust and corporate services. It's not on our radar yet in terms of the performance in that sector. And we know when we look at other countries that is a huge industry in some of our countries in the Caribbean that we can tap into as well. So those are some of the areas that we're looking into, but we've had to spend time to get the legislation right. We've had to spend time to ensure that we have a certain level of digitization in the economy, and we have to keep working on this in order to create that environment that will attract those types of companies. But we are doing what we can do as a government, which is to ensure the legislation is there, to ensure that we have an environment that encourages technology in the workplace, in our schools, and that our citizens are, fully au fait with technology, not just the social media technology, but how to use it in the workplace, how to use it in other areas. So in time, and we're hoping not too long down the road, we will begin to see the fruits of some of those efforts begin to, come to the fore.
Okay, morning. Morning. All right, you hear me? Leon Frantic, I'm a private investor and Minister of Favor on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago. I do acknowledge your reference in terms of the foreign currency restrictions, right? Thank you for that. But just to sharpen the point raised by the previous questioner a while ago, can you indicate, given that Jamaica is projected to be entering a recession as of the fourth quarter 2024, can you indicate what pointed measures or amendments to fiscal policy are being implemented now or since then in order to ensure a strong and sustained recovery? And secondly, the second question is with regards to the disaster risk bond. Last year when we had Beryl, the damage was just below the payout parameters of that bond. I know you mentioned that there have been some renewals in those bonds. Have there been any amendments to the terms and conditions of these bonds so we don't have a repeat of being stuck in that blind spot again? Thanks.
All right. With regards to your query about the economy and the second quarter and the this December quarter, remember that the decline in GDP is primarily, if I could say, all due to natural disaster. Beryl took down most of our industries: agriculture, mining and quarrying, manufacturing, if you look at the numbers. And so our third calendar quarter ended September was a negative 3.5%. We are expecting to see recovery in the December quarter. It might not be the strongest yet because we're still in the aftermath of all of that. And let me remind you, it was Beryl, it was Raphael, it was rains, it was travel advisory, it was lots of things that hit us in 2024. And yet, we are here saying to the Jamaican people, for this fiscal year, which will end March 31st, 2025, we can still say to you that we have met our fiscal rules with regards to our fiscal balance. And that speaks to just proper management, good management of our fiscal affairs. And during that time, we were able to call on, while we were not able to call on the disaster risk bond, the CAT bonds, there are other instruments and other areas that provided financing for us. And if you recall the chart I put up on the screen, the different layers, because we know that some of these disasters will have high intensity, others will have low intensity, which we can manage from our budgets. And so we have layered it that way in order to have the confidence to know that when disasters happen, we can manage from them. So that is what I would say on that. Despite the fact that the CAT bond did not provide any financial resources, but then in order for it to do so, you'd have had to have devastation. And we continue to refine that product, the different layers. And in the letter that I wrote to our multinational partners, it was to do precisely that, to look at what we have currently, to see where the gaps are, and to ask for assistance to fill those gaps.
So just to confirm, the takeaway from what you're saying, Minister Williams, is that because the economic decline that we're currently in is largely due to unfavorable weather, a natural disaster, there are no amendments to fiscal policy at this time, right? As a result.
When you say amendments, what do you mean?
Or any revised policy, any changes, anything new being contemplated now to facilitate growth? You're saying that it's basically going to correct itself, so there is no input needed from the Ministry of Finance.
No, that's not what I'm saying. We did have to put input into the process. If you recall, just going back to my days at the Ministry of Education and Youth, many of our schools, over 100 of them, were severely damaged. We could not have looked to our budget to repair those schools and bring them back online. We had to call on either the contingency fund that we had in place or other funding that we had in place to be able to bring those schools back in an 8-week period. The education sector opened without a hitch on September 2nd. We could not have done that otherwise if we hadn't put this policy in place and funded the policy that allowed us to call on those different layers of funding. So I don't want you to take it simply. I mean, we're here saying, for this year, our budget is in order. We are not saying we have to go look for financing in order to fill some gap. It's significant what has happened during this fiscal year. So it's important, right? So in the first place, you want to ensure that when your economy is hit, you're able to come back online quickly and begin the restoration of the economy. And that is important for us in Jamaica.
I think we have time for one more question. We have to be mindful of the minister's time.
No, I understand, Sean. David Rose. So, first critical question. So you mentioned the plan to sell the 20% stake that GOJ holds in TJH through NROC to the market by offer for sale. Your contemporary, former Finance Minister Dr. Nigel Clark, had actually mentioned that there was a plan to transfer the shares in JPS, South Jamaica Power and TJH, into a SPV and then list on the JSE. Is that strategy no longer going to be considered?
Okay, so we've taken Trans-Jamaica out of that because, as you may be aware, the JPS license has to be negotiated. That may take a long time to get done, I don't know. And so we felt that it was not prudent to sit waiting with these other assets that were ready to go. And so that's why we've taken it out.
these divestments, do bring capital towards the government to help fund budgetary expenditures and support capital expenditure. What is the amount that the government is looking towards in terms of raising from the sale of the BPO assets from the Port Authority and the NROC shares?
I'm going to defer to our financial manager.
Thank you, Minister. So David, there are some preliminary numbers that we have in mind. What we have to take in consideration are different things like appetite, conditions, current exposures. I think what we could share today is that the government of Jamaica is intent on divesting their full 20% of Trans-Jamaica Highway, which sits under NROC at this point in time.
But what's the size? That's the real
20% of TGH
no,
today.
the value of that size
Yeah,
between the Port Authority and TGH.
So TGH is a publicly traded share. So I think it's a simple calculation and may run you about 9 billion J, give or take.
And Port Authority?
So that's not a public share, and that is a transaction that requires work where calculating intrinsic valuations is concerned. So we won't be able to quote that size transaction at this point in time.
Just to ask one more question that's important to the entire room. Minister, your contemporary mentioned the removal of asset tax in the future or even the potential reduction. I know that this year is an election year and that might not come into the fore right now, but is the government still interested in reducing the asset tax on regulated entities to make it more harmonious for financial players to operate in Jamaica?
Okay. I know that the former Minister of Finance and the Public Service had given a commitment, and we continue to abide by that commitment. The timing of it, though, is a kind of important question here. So as our budgets get stronger, I am sure at that time, we will be considering.
Thanks,
but
Minister.
It's a commitment.
Thanks, Minister.
Thank you for the question. Well, nothing gets me as excited as talking about yield spreads and valuations as well. So we could sit here and continue for the rest of the day, but I want to thank the Minister for sharing her generous time with us this morning and wish you continued success.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Angus.
Thank you very much, Minister, and also Sean and Angus. Our next moderator is Mr. Richardo Williams, Vice President, Asset Management and Research at Barita Investments. He will come forward and he'll introduce our next presenter. Richardo? Just before Richardo comes up, there are some vehicles outside that need to be removed. Honda Fit 8963KA, Toyota Camry 4225 HP, Toyota Prado 7765GU, and a Toyota Hiace, Ministry of Health 304479. Richardo?
Morning, colleagues, friends. Welcome. Today we are going to discuss managing your portfolio in a difficult economy, maximizing returns. And just thinking about this topic, if we bring our minds back many years ago, it might dawn on us that there has never really been a year that we don't contemplate the difficulties that actually arise in an economy. And therefore, the setting for this particular session really is one that, Leah Tolstoy is quite appropriate here. It is one of the best of times and at the same time, one of the worst of times. It is an unusual confluence. We're seeing a very strong US dollar. Some have characterized it as being unusually resilient in an interest rate cutting cycle. The ebullient growth that we're seeing in the US is also quite interesting. It goes contrary to many of our expectations, dating back to as early as 2023 when recession probabilities were north of 80%, and those have come down to almost 40% now. Not quite the same thing in Europe. So it's quite an enigmatic juncture at which we are, and we have a very interesting presenter to wade us through these particular difficult concepts. He's Mr. John Stolfus, Managing Director and Chief Investment Strategist at Oppenheimer. I will not go through his very extensive resume. It's actually in your conference bio, except to say that he is a 40-year veteran. And they tell him he doesn't quite look it. And he was telling me in secret just now that the only thing that he overindulges in is a little bit of eating. I tell him he doesn't look it either. So please note your questions. We will take them at the end. And without further ado, John.
Thank you very much. Right here? Here, I'll take the bite. I might break it. Let's see if I can turn this on. There we go. I might break into song, I might start out with New York, New York, since that's where I come from. Well, I want to say it's a pleasure and an honor to be speaking here at the JSE 20th anniversary. As Chief Investment Strategist of Oppenheimer and Company, I've had the good fortune to be at Oppenheimer for nearly 13 years now in the process of a career that will be something like 42 years on Wall Street, sometime between May and July. I can't quite remember when I first reported to a job on Wall Street. I just remember it was a beautiful day, sometime between May and July. I'd have to go back to my FINRA records, I think, to get an idea what the actual date was. So I've been through every boom, bust, and recovery cycle since 1983. When I got into the market, Paul Volcker was in his second term. He was battling record high inflation in the United States that at that time had reached such high levels that the 10-year US Treasury had actually fallen in price so significantly that it was priced to yield almost 16%. Now, we never went through that in the most recent inflation cycle in the US. I think we peaked at around 9.3% around March of 2022. When Jerome Powell moved the Fed from being behind the curve in terms of judging inflation and when it would dissipate coming out of the pandemic, and went into action in what we would call a hike cycle mode, which went on for the next 2+ years until we reached last year in September was the first cut. It was 50 basis points, or half of 1%. And then 2 subsequent cuts of 25 bips each, or a quarter of 1% in November, and again in December. So the real question is, when we look at things, what's important, we believe, is putting things in context. I'm pleased to tell you that in 2022, when the S&P fell dramatically, because a lot of people were expecting that the high inflation and the Fed's policy to tighten rates would cause a deep recession. We said no recession, and we believed the Fed would be successful. And indeed, there was no recession in 2022. Going into 2023, in December of 22, we set a price target that was positive for the S&P, looking for it to appreciate. I don't recall what it was, but I know we were, if not the highest, we were one of the highest on the street. I think we were the highest on the street. People thought we were nuts. 23 turned out to be a great year. Subsequently, at the end of 2023, looking at 2024, the recession crowd was back again. The Fed is going to fail. Inflation will defeat the Fed. They'll have to raise rates, and we go into a recession. Well, I don't know about you, but there wasn't. I didn't find a recession last year, and there wasn't. And then so far in 2025, we really think it's the elements in the market, and there are many professionals in the market who really want the Fed to cut rates. Many of those people are involved in highly leveraged trading ends of the investment business. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's just that it's inconvenient for them that the Fed has raised rates from a band of 0 to 0.25 to now, as I recall, 4.5 to 4.75 is where we are right now, as I recall. So when you look at this, we think the operative word that I've heard from both your Prime Minister and your Minister of Finance and Industrial Growth of resilience really lives and resonates with us. In fact, we've been talking about saying the operative word for the U.S. is resilience in print since sometime in 2023, as I recall. It's tough being a bull, let me tell you. I'm dragged out in the press so often. I do have allies in the press who appreciate our work, but I'm usually, you'd think I was under deposition or something oftentimes when they ask me. Now with that, I will say this is the disclaimer which always comes with this, is I'm not making a recommendation to any one individual or any one institution here today to do what I say, okay? We offer it for your consideration. That said, I advise professional advisors and money managers in the United States and around the world, and they advise their clients based on their clients' needs and objectives, and in the case of fund managers, their mandate to which they operate under. I'm big on stocks. That's one of the reasons why I love the JSE and those great 2 years when it outperformed the whole world. That was marvelous, and I look forward to seeing more of that in the future. Our viewpoint right now in terms of and by the way, so what happened, you might be thinking, well, if this guy had these price targets and was so positive in 22, 23, 24, what did he say in 24 about 25? Well, in December of 25, first I'll tell you what happened in 24. We entered 24 with a price target for the S&P of 5,200. It was the highest on the street. Very shortly, by January, we were tied with another strategist, as I recall, for 5,200. It was exceeded, that target, in March of last year. At that point, we practiced our discipline, was we waited until the market closed at. If it goes through our target during the day, we don't do anything about it. But if it closes at or above our target, that's when we address, will we need to leave it where it is, saying that the market might not go higher? Do we lower it? Do we raise it? So what happened in March is we went to 5,500. Once again, we were the highest on the street. People thought we were nuts. And then, as I recall, it was sometime around July, it broke through 5,500. We went to 5,900. And we held that until, it must have been November or December, when we went to 6,200. We didn't get 6,200. I think 62 may very be possible over the course of through the end of this month, or maybe in February, or sometime in the first quarter at any rate. But that said, the market closed last year, I recall, around 59.80 or something like that. So we were pretty close. That said, where do we base this on? It's not me sticking my thumb in my mouth and putting it up in the air and saying, where's the wind blowing? We look at economic data, we look at revenue and earnings growth of the S&P 500, and also of mid-caps and small caps. Mid-caps are doing much better. Small caps still have a way to catch up. But the large caps have outperformed expectations now in quarterly earnings over the course of at least the last 4 quarters, and are in the process of doing it right now. Very often, the press, and I respect the press, my father was a journalist, and I have many friends in the press, but very often the press doesn't mention what the current earnings season is doing. Right now, this week, we are seeing many companies across sectors, and not just tech, outperforming analysts' expectations. Now, that's not uncommon, by the way, because quite often analysts put up their expectations, then they drop them just before they go into earnings seasons. It gives an opportunity for companies to outperform, but it usually is not egregious cuts. It's just legitimate, giving a little bit of wiggle room to their numbers. But as of last week, when we looked at it, earnings growth was, for the S&P 500, looked like it was poised to exceed the 7% earnings growth for the 4th quarter of last year, which is being reported right now. And technology earnings were up 50%. Now, just a few companies had reported. I think it was about 40 companies, or less than 10% of the S&P 500. So I don't expect those levels will be maintained throughout when companies that don't do as well are mixed in with the winners. We'll have to see how that works. But again, the resilience, and what's causing this resilience, we believe, is Fed policy. Counter to many people on Wall Street, we think the Fed is doing a good job. We think the Fed, under the policy of Jerome Powell, has been remarkably sensitive in practicing its dual mandate. And the Fed's mandate is relatively simple, but on a $28 trillion economy, it is remarkably complex to effect, and requires a lot of economists putting on their hats and reading not just the tea leaves, but the economic data, which today I believe is of much higher quality than what it was 42 years ago. In a digitalized society, things are really quick and are discounted quickly. And so the Fed has done the job. What's that dual mandate? Effectively, it is to nurture a sustainable growth in the U.S. economy without causing untoward levels of inflation to come to exist. They want to keep inflation down. The second half of it is to have full employment, which is defined by the economists at the Fed. Over the years, it used to be 4%, but since the first Trump administration, and then again in the Biden administration, full employment is also recognized as unemployment at 3% to 4%. Now, why is that? It allows for changes that people make in their decisions when they quit a job, or if a company doesn't like them, or if a company changes policy and is reducing employment in certain levels of employment and adding in other areas. It allows for the dynamics in the labor market. So we think the Fed is doing a good job. We think the consumer has been remarkably resilient. A lot of people said at the beginning of 2024, you don't want to buy consumer discretionary stocks. The shoppers are going to be crushed by inflation. Shoppers are going to be crushed by the recession that's coming. Well, inflation was stickier than expected, and we didn't get a recession. Job growth continued at a slower pace because the Fed had been raising rates, so there was a little bit of caution in hiring, and businesses had overhired during the pandemic and coming out of it, so they didn't have need to just keep growing at the same pace. And the U.S. consumer, I have found over the last 40 years, when times are good and they feel flush, the American consumer spends like a sailor who's been on a long-term tour of duty and suddenly finds themselves with a shore leave. They go to town in spending. On the other hand, when times are tough, the American consumer, right or wrong, however you want to consider that, the American consumer keeps spending, though, at a lesser pace, and they buy discounted products, they buy private label products, they watch what they do, but they like to spend, as most of us do around the world, and I'm sure here in Jamaica as well, because it gives us confidence that whatever we're doing for the business that we're in, we're able to provide for our families, and we're able to give some joy and leisure fun in the process. So it turned out, by the way, that consumer discretionary was one of the best sectors last year. And so thank you very much. I appreciate that. So what we find is we continue to believe this year will be a year that will reward cyclicals versus defensives. We still do own some defensive sectors, things like utilities and healthcare, but our favorite sectors remain information technology, communication services, which is a sector of the S&P 500 that's about 70 or 80% technology. It's the search engines, it's the social media, it's the streamers, okay, the big names. Then we like consumer discretionary, continue to like that. We think as job growth continues to be on a good pace in the U.S., people will keep shopping. In addition to that, we like industrials. The U.S. is big on the industrial sector. We think we're going to be building a lot of equipment to do a lot of the building of plants for chips and also for medical products that are needed from a national security point of view. We also think roadways, old infrastructure being rebuilt, much like here. The plans are very similar, parallel in many ways. And then we also like the financial sector because as we move towards a normalization of interest rates, that's the end of free money. Because once again, a lot of people, they want rates to come down. But where we are today with the 10-year, which is traded pretty much in a range to yield somewhere between as low as around 3.25% to as high as nearly 5%. And intraday has hit 5% again most recently. What happens is at 5%, that's when the buyers come in and knock down the yield and bring up the price on the 10-year note. And we think that over the course of the next 12 months, we'll likely see the 10-year remain in that fairly broad range. We'd mentioned that last year when we were talking to people and they thought we were nuts, and that has been the range. We also think that oil will vacillate depending upon geopolitical risk, the time it takes to unroll policy that President Trump says he's going to go, pump, baby, pump, or whatever it is, or a drill, baby, drill, there we go. And at any rate, so what we would have to say is we do think that this economy in the U.S. keeps growing, and we think it'll be good for its allies. Another area that we are very different in than many strategists. Many strategists say it's the end of globalization. We think it's re-globalization as the world, and it's already started since 2016, and has continued forward through COVID. The world diversifies away from all roads lead to China. The dependency upon China for imported goods is going to be lessened. Some reasons are just practical, has to do with logistics. It also has to do with ideology and China policy from President Xi that isn't always the friendliest for business people around the world and other countries. In addition to that, we think it's going to be terrific for countries like Jamaica. Mexico has already benefited. Mexico had lost a tremendous amount of business in terms of its maquiladoras over the years. China just undercut it. Now its maquiladoras are cranking, and we think, by the way, Trump's threat of 25% or whatever it is tariffs will likely not come to fruition because both Mexico and Canada depend upon us, and guess what? The U.S. depends on them. And so we think it's a negotiation point. We do think his words about fentanyl and trying to close the borders so that we close off the fentanyl that is indeed destroying many of our youth and even older people. It's a dangerous drug. We think that will likely, a lot of the bark is worse than, the bark is worse than the bite, so to speak, when it comes to this. It's a negotiation point. So we'll have to see how things work out. I'm looking forward to your questions. I think I've got about 1 minute left to roll on this before we open it up for questions. And would say this, once again, a pleasure to be with you. And so nice, you know, I always enjoy hearing the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance and Industry. It's just a terrific thing. This is a marvelous country. I wish you well, and I hope to be back next year. And right now, I'm looking forward to your questions, because I knew what I was going to say, but I have no idea what you're going to ask. So I'm curious. Thank you. All right.
All right, thank you, John. That certainly was interesting. I'm going to use moderator's privilege to get the ball rolling. So one question that jumped to mind, John, is a curious omission, I would say, in your presentation. You described monetary policy as effectively the anchor that has been sustaining the strong growth that we have been seeing. But one of the interesting elements that we have seen as well across both Biden's and Trump's administration is what I'll call the resurgence of industrial policy via the fiscal stimulus, which some indicate has been sustaining the investment returns. And speaking from the perspective of Jamaica, industrial policy or using fiscal policy to prop up the economy is something that has not necessarily been seen in a positive light, so to speak. So the question that I have for you is, one, how do we incorporate the fiscal element, specifically in the context of the US, in forecasting and anticipating expected returns across the various asset classes going forward? That's one. And two, any observations that you might want to make locally in terms of how we can use fiscal policy in a more deliberate way to move the growth agenda forward.
Well, I guess I'm going to need the mic.
Oh, yes.
Okay. I thought we were going to do point counterpoint there, and that mic wasn't live. Okay, great question. And I think the first thing is, if anything, one of the reasons why I like the industrial sector is for all the building that has been committed in terms of what we're planning to do, but we've got to see the money spent. And I think it needs to be spent because it's very important. It also encompasses innovation. If you think of the industrial sector, it's power generation, both alternative and traditional equipment. It is also defense stocks in terms of military equipment, and there the advancement of military equipment to include things like drones and lasers and things like that. In addition to that, it's robotics, very much so. Industrials are also very much a part, just in home appliances. Think of all the things that talk to you today that didn't talk to you before. I'll never forget, a couple of weeks ago, I was somewhere traveling, and there was something wrong with my phone, and I was talking to Siri. The problem was she wasn't smart enough yet to answer my question. She kept telling me, push this button, and you'll see a certain screen. And I said, Siri, my screen is dark. Light up my screen, and she couldn't get that. But I do believe that, here in this country, I just think you're on the right track. When I listen to both speakers from your government that I got to listen to yesterday and this morning, the imperative really is to prepare the labor force for changes that will make the country more attractive to investment and position it with greater competitive ability, a competitive edge. And I think that what's going to happen, and I'm not, believe me, I'm not in Washington, D.C. I'm not a political animal, I'm a market animal. But from what I can see from the market is most certainly considering the possibility here that more things will work out than not in terms of growing these economies, whether it's the U.S. economy, whether it is Jamaica, whether it is Mexico. Europe will have to get itself together. They've been battling with each other for 1,200 years, and for all the ECB and everything, it's still problematic. But there's many things happening around the world that show there's a good chance that revenue growth and earnings growth for corporations and job growth will continue in a new world where innovation creates opportunity. And that's what we think.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, John. All right. With 1 minute to go, just one last one very quickly, John. In terms of the normalization of the interest rate cycle, which you spoke about, has also led to a very interesting dynamic in the market as well. Some has characterized it as the resurgence of active portfolio management. Some people say, stock pickers have returned because interest rates are no longer at the zero lower bound. The question I have for you, which I'm sure can help the audience, is in terms of the construction of their portfolios. how should they think about active portfolio management versus passive? Should I just go ETFs, or should I think about picking some of those strong names in the sectors that you have identified? How can you balance that going forward?
Well, I think depending upon one's experience in investing and what one's tolerance to risk is, whether or what one's mandate is in terms of institutions, we think it's important to have professional advice, at very least as a sounding board in making your decisions. But in addition to that, from the 100,000-foot level, or even I come down to as low as about 5,000 feet approaching the landing strip, I would say really what we need to consider is diversification is key. The wonderful thing about change and markets and economies that are in transition is that you get all kinds of rotations and rebalancings that occur during a period of transition, because it's a period of uncertainty. Counter to the belief that markets don't like uncertainty, if markets are composed of traders and intermediate to longer term investors, they actually do like uncertainty, because that's where the opportunities become the most dramatic sometimes, and even just become the most enjoyable and easy to take advantage of. For example, for traders, if all of a sudden it looks like there's uncertainty on interest rates, there's an opportunity for them to get into the bond market and do all kinds of things. But it creates opportunities, if bonds get cheaper, for bond buyers to buy bonds. Similar with stocks. Many times the babies that get thrown out with the bathwater in a downdraft in the stock market create opportunities for investors to buy stocks that just a few weeks or a few months ago were too expensive to consider. So our thing is time in the market, we think, is more important than trying to time the market. But traders will do what traders will do, and traders provide liquidity in the market. If we were all intermediate to longer term investors, it'd hard to get a bid or an ask, because no one would want to sell or buy anything. Everybody would have what they wanted. So I do believe diversification important. We also like dividends, and we do believe that stocks remain, for intermediate to long-term investors, they remain the most attractive area for intermediate to longer-term investors. And bonds are most certainly highly complementary to diversify a portfolio and create current income along with dividends. Thank you very much. I'm told I got to stop, so I thank you very much for the honor to be here today. It's a pleasure.
All right, thank you, John. And the absence of persons queuing up meant that you were crystal clear. And thank you as well, audience, for tuning in.
Good job, guys. Thank you, John. Speaking as usual, just off the top of his head, and completely comfortable with the material and extremely knowledgeable. Good presentation. Our next session is entitled Making Your Money Work for You. Not coincidentally, the tagline of one of our sponsors. And I invite the next moderator, Mr. Kevin McIntosh, to introduce the next presenter.
Morning, everyone. All protocols observed. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this session of the 20th Annual JSE Investment Conference, titled Make Your Money Work for You, Investment in 2025 and Beyond. My name is Kevin McIntosh, and I'm the Assurance and Advisory Partner at Signature Creed & Associates. As we begin 2025, the financial and investment landscape is set for a significant transformation. Over the years, strong foundations have been laid to enhance the resilience and competitiveness and growth of our markets, and these developments now create the perfect opportunity for investors to leverage these foundations and unlock transformational growth. Today's session will focus on understanding the key foundations and how they position the investment space for new investments, from robust regulatory frameworks like Basel III and the Twin Peaks model to the continued convergence of public and private markets, Jamaica stands at the forefront of becoming a regional hub for financial innovation and growth. We are fortunate to have with us Mr. Raman Small Ferguson, the Chief Executive Officer of Barita Investments Limited. Mr. Ferguson's leadership and strategic insights have played a pivotal role in advancing Jamaican landscape. In addition to his corporate role, he serves in key capacities to include the President of the Jamaica Securities Dealers Association and the Director of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. In today's session, we'll explore the foundations laid to foster growth and resilience in the investment landscape, the transformational impact of regulatory frameworks, and the strategic opportunities for investors to generate wealth and navigate the changes ahead. It is my honor to invite Mr. Ferguson to the stage to share his insights on this pivotal topic in today's presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you guys have been having a great conference so far. All right. So I have a presentation, hoping that it comes up. Team JSE. All right, so I think I can start in terms of just giving the background of what I'm here to speak about, right? Kevin gave an overview, and I don't want to have the title of my presentation in the program be misleading, but my objective today is to really speak more so about the necessary foundations that should be in place, and to speak a bit about what has happened and the context that exists in Jamaica that really sets us up for a transformational time with respect to both growth and investing, right? So even after that introduction, I've not seen my presentation. I hope it comes up, right? I wasn't prepared to speak as extemporaneously as John did. And I was telling somebody outside that that's what 40 plus years in the business allows you to do. Okay. All right, no, it's on green, but it's not on. Here we go. Yeah. Great. Fantastic. I now have some cheers competing with me, but that's fine. Hopefully you can see most of the presentation. So the presentation is broken into, move them out of the way? I'll help you, Neville. All right, great. I even do my own setup, right? So the presentation is going to be broken into 3 segments. The first is to speak about the institutional environment that anchors long-term returns, right? Because that's what we're looking for, sustained returns, right? The second is to speak about the current economic dynamics, as I said, that set up Jamaica to really be that mecca for growth and investment in the Caribbean in particular. And the third is to bring it all together, right? So I'm starting with a quote, which is from Douglas North, who is a Nobel laureate in economics, right? And he said that institutions provide the incentive structure for an economy. As that structure evolves, it shapes direction of economic change towards growth, stagnation, or decline, right? And obviously, I'm going to be speaking today about the foundations that have shaped our economy towards a future of growth, right? So the first thing I want to talk about really centers around kind of four things in terms of a confluence of factors that have set us up for this growth. One thing I'm going to spend a little time talking about is the regulatory environment, right? New regulations, new regulatory structures, the impending Twin Peaks model, which is a material change in the regulatory framework for the financial services sector. I'm going to talk about the implementation of Basel III, which is a hot topic all over the world, right? And Jamaica is facing it. I'm going to speak a bit about the state of fiscal stability, right? And those who are more qualified to speak on that have gone before me. But suffice to say, Jamaica is in a place it has never been in before, certainly post-independence, where all our fiscal indicators, on balance, are trending in the right direction. We have experienced programmatic deleveraging, is what I call it, right? I'm going to speak a bit about the maturity of our institutions, the fact that we have entrenched fiscal discipline. We've instituted the Fiscal Commission, the fact that our central bank is now independent, right? And the continued stability and pragmatism that we have seen in both our fiscal and monetary policy. All of these are the bedrock of a well-functioning economy, a well-functioning investment landscape, and it drives confidence. Right? It anchors confidence in both the real economy. Businesses will make decisions to expand. It drives confidence in the investor pool, and it drives investment sentiment, so people will invest. And it drives overarching sentiment for those looking on from overseas. Many people are here today, right? Who can accelerate our own organic means to grow. So let me talk a bit about Twin Peaks, certainly from the perspective of being a market practitioner and, as Kevin said earlier, I'm the president of the Jamaica Securities Dealers Association. In January of 2023, the government announced that Jamaica was going to adopt a Twin Peaks regulatory model. Now, under this model, the Bank of Jamaica is intended to be the prudential regulator for both the banking sector, which it currently regulates, and all of the non-banking sector, sections of which it doesn't regulate from a prudential perspective. The Financial Services Commission is intended to now be restructured to focus as the authority on conduct, right, which really is around consumer protection. And while we do have conduct-related regulations now, there is certainly intended to be an expansion of that regulatory framework, right? Now, this is going to be the most substantial overhaul, I'd say, of regulation in Jamaica's history, certainly in the financial services sector. And there are many who have gone before us. Right? So we have the benefit of being late to the party, so to speak, and we have the benefit of being able to look through 30 years plus of learnings with respect to the implementation of Twin Peaks, right? So I'm going to talk a little bit about some key things that we need to do and some key things that we need to avoid to ensure that the implementation of this regulatory model does not impede the financial services sector, particularly in the context of where we are with respect to our growth cycle as a country, and the necessary role that, in particular, non-banking entities need to play in driving that growth or facilitating that growth, right? So some of the features of the model are clearer division of responsibilities, right? So there's focus on the prudential side, and there's a separate focus on the conduct side of things, right? Which is set out in number 2, right? Each regulator has a core mandate. There is stronger consumer protection, which is important in trying to encourage broader participation in the investing landscape in particular. It's going to be important for people to know that there are agencies focused on safeguarding them, not only with respect to financial strength and so on, but also conduct. It's anticipated that the consolidated view that will come from this, from a prudential perspective, will serve to further enhance our financial stability, right? Speaking now broadly to the financial services sector. And we expect that to bring improved market confidence, right? An important feature will need to be that the implementation of this model helps to facilitate innovation, right? And it says there, clear and supportive regulatory environments to enable the development of new financial products. The fact is that many segments of our financial services sector is in its nascent stages. Right? There's a lot of work to be done. We've made a whole host of progress, particularly over the last 10 years, but there are many things that we're just getting around to. Consequently, we will need a regulatory environment that is very mindful of that fact and is willing and able to grow and change with us as the financial services sector. And speaking now from my own perspective, us as securities dealers, as we innovate. Finally, the adoption of the model in the right way aligns with the regulatory framework that exists in many developed markets, and we believe this could enhance our overarching reputation as a financial services hub, right, which is an objective of ours, a strategic objective as a country. So let me close out the discussion around Twin Peaks by speaking about some important considerations to ensure the continued viability, and not only viability, but vibrance of the capital markets, right? So let me take you across the fairly busy slide, right? So 30 years is not a very long time from a regulatory perspective, right? So certainly a long time for me, it's most of my life, right? But despite having 11 different economies who have implemented this, it still feels kind of new, right? So there are some pitfalls that we really need to try and avoid. Right? So the first is the clear difference in role between the two regulators. There is a temptation almost for there to be some overlap, right, with respect to both regulators, even when a Twin Peaks model is in place. So it's going to be critical to stratify the two, right? There will also need to be a bridge built between the two regulators to ensure that there are clear mechanisms for them to collaborate, right? The next point is the institutional challenges in transition, right? So key challenges will need to be managed. Things like the risk of over-regulation or duplication, things like specific expertise gaps, we will need to ensure that we plug those, right? The third point is that we need to be innovative and flexible, or we need to build that almost into the model, right? So best practice initiatives for countries who have implemented this, for example, have included ensuring that there is a dedicated focus on innovation. So the Netherlands has an innovative hub, for example, or innovation hub that supports financial innovation while maintaining effective supervision, which is the key, right? The final 2 points relate to resilience through the adoption of this model. So Twin Peaks must be adaptable in order to survive systemic risks. It needs to take into account the idiosyncrasies of Jamaica, right? We can't put in place an out-of-the-box solution. It needs to be fit for purpose, or it won't work, right? And there needs to be effective coordination between all the stakeholders. So let me talk now about some current economic dynamics and the investment implications of same. I got the time check, so I'm getting there. So I have a quote here from John Bowman, who is the CEO of the Chartered Alternative Investment Association, right, of which I am a member. He said, as we step into 2025, we're focused on helping you navigate the great convergence, which is a transformational shift that's reshaping business models and investment processes. And that great convergence has been going on for a while, and it has actually made its way here to Jamaica. And there's a lot more of it to happen over the next several years if we are to fuel growth and create that transformational investment opportunity that I mentioned. So what's the great convergence, right, between public and private markets? In the wake of the global financial crisis between 2007 and 2009, new regulations were introduced, and they effectively tightened the ability of the traditional financial sector to intermediate. Right? It effectively tightened the ability of banks to lend, in essence. And born out of that was a significant expansion of private markets. Right? Today, the non-bank financial intermediation sector stands at over $1.5 trillion. And S&P Global Markets says that there is essentially convergence that has started to happen between that non-banking financial sector and the banking sector. Right? They're collaborating on the same kinds of transactions. They're lending to one party while the bank is lending to another in order to enable transactions. Right? And we're seeing that convergence happen locally as well, with the government programmatically deleveraging itself, right? What we've been calling crowding in the market. They've essentially been pulling back from borrowing. It's created a lot of capacity, and where has that capacity gone? It has gone into private markets, certainly. There has been an exponential growth in the amount of corporate debt securities that have been issued in Jamaica over the last 10 years. Right? It's also gone into public markets. The stock exchange has the data. Right? So that confluence and convergence enabled by the government stepping back as a borrower has created this set of opportunities for us. Now, how do I link this to what I spoke about before, which is the change in regulation? Well, with the impending changes to be brought on by Basel III implementation and Twin Peaks, it is particularly important to ensure that we don't stymie the continued growth of both private and public markets. Right? It's critically important to ensure that market participants remain capable to be intermediaries to originate investment opportunities and so on, even with the implementation of these regulatory strictures. All right? And where are the opportunities? The opportunities span private equity, which is in its very nascent stages here, and therefore needs enabling factors to grow and develop. Private credit, which is emerging further along the spectrum than private equity, but still emerging. Private-public partnerships, right, or public-private partnerships, rather. We have an exceptional framework that has been set up for PPPs, but we haven't been doing enough, right? And again, we need to ensure that market participants are capable to do these kind of things. Right. Speaking of PPPs, I'm at the penultimate point in the presentation. They are critical to accelerate infrastructure development. The fact is that the government has created a lot of capacity, but that capacity is not going to be directed to government spending. Instead, the capacity is a backstop to ensure that Jamaica is resilient in the face of challenges. We're still a small, open economy. We experience significant climate risk, right? And we are very susceptible to exogenous shocks. So the government really, having created this capacity, can't quite spend it. Right? So it's going to be critically important for there to be collaboration between the public sector and the private sector in driving the necessary investment to bring us along the spectrum with respect to infrastructure as an example, right? And we've seen very good local examples, right? Terminating with listing on the stock exchange. Trans-Jamaica is one. The government would have taken on that project by themselves and ultimately stabilized it and de-risked it by listing on the stock exchange. Wigton Wind Farm is another, right? And those are examples of what is possible if the private and public sector collaborate. Right? So it will be critical for not only driving local participation, but also creating opportunities that can attract foreign direct investments. People are looking for these kind of assets all over the world. There has been a compression in the return on infrastructure in the developed world. Therefore, if we are to put together these kind of opportunities here, the foreign dollars will come. Okay? So let me bring it all together. Final slide. So Dale Carnegie has said, when you're speaking, you should tell them what's going, or rather tell them what you're going to tell them. Tell them, and then tell them what you have told them. Right? So I'm at the last stage of that, to tell you what I've told you. So the first is just to reiterate that the robust institutional framework, that has been created has set up Jamaica to be a mecca for investments, right? It's critical to make money sustainably. The second is that the great convergence that has been taking place for the last almost 20 years has made its way to Jamaica. And the difference between private and public markets are becoming less and less noticeable. Right? There is great collaboration between the endowments of private markets and public markets, and it presents a tremendous opportunity to scale that collaboration. And the third thing is, which is a conclusion, which I hope wasn't lost on you all, is that Jamaica remains an excellent bet for discerning investors. And where are the opportunities? The opportunities really center around pointing capital in the direction of driving economic growth, having been well set up to do so by the institutional frameworks that I just spoke about. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Just one question for you, Ramon, before you go. Given our healthy fiscal status, our strong governance, as you mentioned with the Twin Peaks, low unemployment, low inflation, interest rates coming down, why is growth eluding us? Why is sustained double-digit growth eluding us?
It's a very good question, right? Maybe I should come and borrow the microphone. It's a good question, and it's one many have tried to answer. I can give you my own perspective on the answer, right? So growth isn't incidental. Economic growth isn't incidental. It's very deliberate, right? And it requires, it's very busy work, right? It requires heavy action on the part of all stakeholders. So that's the crux of the argument that I just made. It's like a chicken and egg situation. Investment opportunities are born out of growth. And I believe the nature of the investment opportunities that exist in Jamaica, by extension, can fuel growth. So in other words, I think what is necessary is a focused agenda on bringing Jamaica forward, all aspects of Jamaica, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's technology, whether it's processes, so on and so forth. To the extent that that focus comes into play, and there is the necessary collaboration around that, whether it's between the government and local players, or the government, local players, and international players. Once that capital starts to go to work, the investment returns that will be born out of those projects will translate to growth, will translate to even more employment, higher quality employment, will translate to spending, it will translate to value creation. So I believe the key component that has been missing is really a broadening of the investing and investment landscape. That's what I think it has been missing.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ramon Small Ferguson, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent, comprehensive presentation. All right. We're a little behind time, so we're going to move along very quickly. And I'm going to ask, the next session is on the impact, very important subject of the impact of artificial intelligence on the job market. And our moderator will be Christopher Record, consultant and advisor and a tech entrepreneur. Please welcome Chris.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for choosing to be here this morning. I'm sure there's a lot of other places that you could have been. Thanks, Andre, for the introduction. Artificial intelligence, since its inception in the 1950s, has experienced waves of optimism and skepticism. We are in the third boom. The first boom in the 50s. The second boom was approximately in the 80s, and this is the third boom. A lot of people think that this is it. This is the first time we're talking about AI. No, it's not. So we have someone here to help us to understand this topic. Globally recognized authority on AI, technology investor and founder of Intellibus, one of the fastest growing software firms in the United States, a pioneer in ethical AI and digital government, Ed Wattal. Ed has led groundbreaking initiatives through the World Digital Governance, which he may give us a whisper and talk about, addressing the societal and regulatory challenges of AI. With extensive experience advising global leaders and teaching at NYU and Stanford, Ed brings a unique perspective on the intersection of technology, ethics, and economic transformation. Please help me welcome Ed Wattal to the stage. Ed. Also asking for another mic. If they can bring another mic up, please. So while the other mic comes, let me Ed, just grab that one there, that mic over that side.
Pete, you see the one in the
So, okay, it should be working. All right, we need 2 working mics. All right, so let's just get the show on the road. Ed, from your perspective, if you could just give us an idea, just to start off the discussion, a definition of artificial intelligence or what it means from your standpoint.
Hello. Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. So thank you, Chris. So how many of us have heard about AI? I'd be surprised if anybody said no. Okay. All right. So what does AI mean to any of you? And I'm going to give a slight incident that happened to me. I was traveling to India. I was born and raised in India, American citizen now, live in the US for the last 20 plus years. So I actually went back after a decade. So a lot of things in India were new. It was pretty surprising. Oh, the hometown that I grew up on had completely changed. And it was not because of AI. But what was most interesting was that I went, my parents have a washer dryer that they haven't replaced in 20 years. So I was like, okay, you got to get rid of this. So I went to a store to buy it. Obviously, the person there doesn't know that I teach AI and run an AI company. And he tries to sell me a Samsung washing machine, says, hey, you got to buy this. This has AI in it. So it was very amusing to me when he said that, and it was, and that made me realize, what's the definition of AI? How's it changed? And definition of cloud, you don't think about the rain anymore. You think about, your data. So words define culture. Sometimes we invent words, and sometimes words shape our lives, and the meaning of those words change. And AI, historically, to people, meant just better predictive analytics, machine learning, deep learning. Now we've come with Gen AI. And a lot of people would think of anything robotic also as AI. So when you think of AI, think of that broad definition of AI, everything all the way from historical statistics and better math and predictive analytics down to Gen AI, which is agentic in nature, and we'll talk about that when we talk about jobs, all the way down to even robotic automation. So some people will use the term. So.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So the World Economic Forum recently released its biannual Future of Jobs report. And in that report, one of the sections, of course, was technology and digital related. Technology-related roles are the fastest growing jobs in percentage terms, including big data specialists, fintech engineers, AI and machine learning. Clerical and secretarial workers, including cashiers, ticket clerks, and admin assistants, and executive secretaries, are expected to see the biggest decline. Give us your perspective on AI affecting employment.
So it's a great question. Employment, we all obviously want employment. We also heard the term unemployment. and we talk about unemployment. And in my head, these are two actually different things, while they may seem like heads and tails, two sides of the same coin. So when I think about jobs, I think about employment and unemployment. And employment, very simplistically, is do you have the right job? Do you have a job, right? And what job do you have? And if you think about how AI is impacting employment, and you think of all the jobs in your company, all the roles that you have, and if you're an entrepreneur, you are in a job, or if you're working in a company, think of the individual and your business, both lenses. And really, AI is, some people will say, just automation. Just making things automated. So there is concern, oh, we're going to automate, my job's going to go away. That's one lens around employment. And then the other lens is AI is also self-service. So, you don't need a person. Think of, back in the day you had a teller, now you have an ATM. And automation happened first. Somebody first invented a tiny counting machine that sat next to the teller. Before, it was stuck with a screen, a TV screen, and put in front of the bank. So think of automation happens first, almost somebody improves the process, and then becomes self-service. But then the question is, what does it mean to your business? Think of two lenses. Automation, the whole idea, and self-service, the whole idea is to improve productivity. We had the JSE chairman yesterday talking about productivity and how productivity has been low. So obviously, automation will improve productivity, but also we had heard the finance minister earlier. I had the pleasure to listen to her, amazing woman. She talked about possibility. Dream big. She said, create the big companies. We want the big companies. I'm sure the JSE here wants big companies. So how many unicorns has Jamaica produced so far? We produced Bob Marley. Anybody Bob Marley fans here in the room?
Of course, okay. Always.
All right. Not many unicorns, but there's a fun fact for those of us who don't know. Jamaican British people created the company Marshmallow, which was a unicorn. So that we have something to feel proud about. They were born here in Jamaica, these two founders. But then I would love to see the day where Jamaica can produce that. And I think that's the core question. It's beyond productivity, beyond automation, beyond self-service. What's the possibility that you can create in your economy?
So in an interview with Ralston Hyman, who was outside, we debated employment and unemployment. And the discussion we had, still connected to the Future of Jobs report, was around the sectors of jobs. I argued that Jamaican workers, for especially blue-collar workers, don't need to be worried for right now. The plumbers, the electricians, the folks who are using their hands, because until we get AI to that super intelligence level of AI, those jobs are safe. What are your thoughts around the sectors that we need to start thinking about, and how do we think about it?
I think a couple of things. Again, think productivity and possibilities. So you have existing sectors within the economy. You have food, you want self-sustenance, you want better agriculture within the economy. So obviously you can apply AI to all that. And now think of productivity versus possibility. Creating possibilities in an industry that you're not necessarily leading is harder. For example, if you wanted to be, think of how do you improve crop yields, and you're going to get into seed research, you have the University of West Indies. Maybe they're doing nuclear power plants. So its possibilities are possible, but then it's probably a longer road. The question is, within what time horizon, what value you want to create within your economy. And so if you want to create value within a shorter time frame, then you're thinking, yes, possibilities for the long term. So what are those sectors? We heard the energy was a concern yesterday. And so obviously, what can you do? Service sector seems like a no-brainer. Again, I'm talking possibility more than productivity. Productivity, I'm sure you have plenty of experts here in the room who'll tell you how to do it better and faster and cheaper. But think of possibility. And possibility really, we talked about BPO being one of the things. 60,000 people in Jamaica are employed in BPO, which is about 4.5% of total 1.3 million employed population in the country. How do we up that? How many people should or could potentially be given the University of West Indies and all the vibrant ecosystem we have be in the tech sector? How many? So we have 130 graduates that graduate out of the computer science program at the University of West Indies every year. How many of them actually have been pursuing entrepreneurism to create a company? Is there a program that naturally lends to that? And how many of those people are actually getting higher paid jobs? How many of them have actually become a software architect, for example, versus just taking a lower end software engineering jobs that's getting outsourced in the economy because they think it's not good enough for them to do it there in the first place.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So as you were saying that a while ago, when you asked the question about Jamaica, producing the next unicorn, I took a glance to my National AI Task Force report, which our former minister responsible for digital transformation, who's now the Minister of Education, had constituted a group mixed with technology folks, government folks, people from academia. And one of the areas that we had looked on was some recommendations around economic growth. And I'll just quote here, short term, create the ecosystem through collaboration with universities to support the virtual and eventual physical establishment of AI hubs and tech parks in a bid to support AI-driven startups. Now, I know that you have a course specifically around AI. I don't know if you could give us a little idea whether, what you teach in that course and your target audience, and how, we could learn from that.
Sure, yeah. The course is available, obviously, online. We're launching an online-only version, so you don't have to travel all the way to New York. Otherwise, it's taught at the New York University. At NYU, we teach 2 times a year. Potentially, we're going to do more of that. We also do satellite events, where half-a-day events, where in collaboration with WeWork, which you might be familiar with, it's a co-working company like Regis. So we partner with them and host events. So you're welcome to attend one of those events. Those are opportunities to not only learn from the NYU faculty like myself, but also from broader ecosystem. So you bring in existing practitioners from the industry, experts, former general from the U.S. Army who has been running AI for the Army, for example, or the people from the CIA where obviously they're doing cutting-edge AI, you can imagine. So we get experts like that in the room, and you can come and learn from whatever's happening there, and how do you apply to business.
So there was a professor here recently from I think it was Stanford, having a discussion with businesses, and he created a model with respect to how deep do you go into automation, so the human versus AI balance. So in terms of that, job of the AI versus job of the human, is there in a framework, an idea, and a thought you have around that balance?
So it's an excellent question. What's the job of the human? And how many of us are actually working in a job here, or entrepreneurs, business owners? I think everybody, right? How many of us are doing that so that they can retire and have a lot of money? Be honest. Okay. All right. So the job of the human, at the end, we all want freedom. We want to be out of the job, actually. We want to get retired. We want to make the money so, we can just do whatever we actually want to do. So foundational question, what is the right job? Because even when you retire, how many people are in retirement? Some of them are. And they then go and pursue a second career, third career. Like we heard about the Minister of Finance. She was in industry, and now she's pursuing a second career, so to speak, right, in another job. So what is the right job for you? Sometimes you don't even realize, and you go through your whole life only to realize, oh, what was I doing? Somebody told me to do this. So are you in the right job is the first question, right? And then if you understand that really well, then the rest follows from there. And then the job of AI is basically to do all the stupid stuff you don't want to do, or all the other stuff that you're doing because it's a job. How many of us get into a job and it's like, oh, God, I hate this job. Oh, God, I don't want to do this stuff. So in every job that there's stuff you hate, you just don't want to do, and there's stuff you really enjoy. So think of all the stuff that you hate, you don't want to do, just give it to AI. It's not going to take your job away, it's going to make you happier, it's going to make your life better, and then do all the stuff that you meaningfully want to pursue. And what those are varies from person to person.
So in answering that, one of the things that popped in my mind is ChatGPT is not AI alone. ChatGPT is a small component of what the vast world of AI is all about. And you briefly mentioned the BPO industry. And on various talk shows and various media articles, I've seen the worry and concern that, the chatbots are going to take over the jobs of BPO. In your understanding, knowing that BPO is important in Jamaica, how does AI play with BPO?
So,
business process outsourcing industry, yes.
Yeah, so BPO, now think of Yes, BPO jobs will be impacted, are being impacted, and a lot of call center organizations are worried. So on the one side, think of historically, if you wanted to do outbound calls, think of a simple example in BPO, and we're just going to take calls. So you can have BPO, for those of us who are not familiar, has a set of sectors within it. Calling and call center agents is a big chunk of that, both inbound, when you receive calls within a company's 800 number and you have to answer them, outbound, where you make sales calls to prospective clients or for resolving an issue, support and service, technical support. Whenever you have a problem with your provider, you call them. Also, there's finance and bookkeeping and accounts and payroll, all those activities, and there's a lot more to it. But really, the most impacted jobs would be the jobs of any job title that ends with the word agent is more likely to be. And the important point here is that think of the role of the job of, earlier you asked the question, Chris, on the job of human versus the AI. So think of what are we offloading to AI? We are offloading agency to AI. Agency is, hey, can you do this for me? And the AI is going to do some action for you. And then there's a higher order of agency, which is decision making. Can AI take a decision for you? So asking AI to go do some research for you and tell you what shoes to buy versus then asking AI to make the decision, buy the shoe for you. Two different orders of agency. So the question is, what's that order of agency? And so if the roles that you have in the BPO, you think from that perspective, what agency do you provide? Is it just research? Versus is it decision making? The higher order agency is less likely to go away because people will still want to take their own decisions.
So recently, one of Jamaica's largest BPO organizations, ITIL, and its founder was actually on the National AI Task Force. They kind of took matters in their own hand, and they decided that they're going to leverage AI to create, for want of a better word, super agents. So, in very similar to what you explained, they looked through the organization to try to figure out what are some of these repetitive tasks that I have to do over and over again that is massively important. I have to submit these reports at the end of every week to the various customers globally. And so they brought in a technology developer to build out AI support for all of that. That a lot of these reports that would normally happen in weeks now take minutes. And that agent is now able to respond way quicker to a customer's query and concern, and more importantly, to the bigger customer, giving the end of day reports, end of week reports instantly. With something like that happening for BPO, what are your thoughts around? You mentioned agriculture, but really and truly, Jamaica, we still have an agriculture industry. What would you suggest around AI for agriculture?
So AI for agriculture, again, think of the two areas you can apply, productivity and possibility. So the possibility we talked about, universities could do research programs, or if you had a very large agriculture company, and I'm saying, billions of dollars in revenue, then that company could invest in R&D and create, better genetic makeups of, crops and seeds that provide better yield. But if you were to look at the productivity side of things, think of the loss that you have. Are you overspraying within your field and using more spray that you need to? Are you spraying the right plants for the right reasons? And that all goes back to the concept of precision. And the concept of precision is what really AI allows you to do. Think of like surgeries, right? How many of us have had to go through a surgery, and we know the success rates in surgeries, right? Things can go wrong. And think of robotic surgeries. How many of us had laser for their eyes, right? It's robotic in nature. And largely, any robotic surgery is more efficient, more accurate. And the same goes in agriculture. Think of the precision. And think of precision in three categories, whether it's healthcare or it's agriculture or any industry. There's spatial precision. So you're spraying the pesticide at the right place on the right plants. Instead of spraying the entire field, you're spraying the 5 plants that need it. There is temporal precision. You're spraying it at the right time. You do it at the wrong time, then you overspraying, right? And then there's genetic precision. Are you spraying the right pesticide that's relevant for the plant? So if you think in those terms, you can probably optimize productivity, and possibility is a different question.
Thank you very much. So we've got the 2-minute wrap-up signal. So we have, again, we heard the last question from Andre with respect to growth in the economy and the continuous discussion around productivity and how do we take productivity to the next level. So manufacturing industries, what would you suggest to any of the manufacturers here around their use for AI?
So manufacturing industry, I would say there's both dimensions. There are certain jobs which are obviously automatable by robotics, but then that's a capital investment. There are certain other supervisory jobs which are automatable. For example, you may have one supervisor across 10 people versus 100 people. So really thinking of, you talked about the super agent. So really within manufacturing, the productivity is more about how can one agent manage more agents versus the possibilities obviously are more capital intensive in nature.
Fantastic. So before we go, in my introduction of you, your organization, you're the founder of Intellibus. Could you kind of give us a little bit of you're not here to sell, but tell us about Intellibus, and of course, tell us about that other project.
Yeah, I think, why should you care about Intellibus? Don't care about it, I mean, just because I'm here. But you want to think about the word Intellibus, where did it come from? And maybe that's something you want to care about. I coined that term just out of, sitting, on the road outside my garage one day. The company wasn't formed at that time. I was teaching at NYU. And the idea that dawned on me, there's just too much software. And obviously I wanted to build a business and do more in my life, but it seemed just terrible to make more software. There's too much software already. There's too much data already. Just didn't seem meaningful. So, but I wanted to build a platform because, obviously platforms are sustainable and they stay over a long period of time. So what dawned in my head is that, you want to make the business intelligent. So I thought of how do you create intelligent business platforms? So that's that's shortens to Intellibus. Some people think it's about creating an intelligent bus that drives around, but that's not what it is.
Got it. So you're heading to Switzerland right after this to present at the United Nations.
Yes.
Give us a sneak peek.
I am not at liberty to talk about that until I reach Geneva, but I would just say, in a few weeks, we'd be launching the initiative officially. We're announcing it next week in Geneva at the UN. It's called World Digital Governance. So it's about the whole world, all 8 billion people. It's about digital, which is data plus AI plus assets. Think virtual assets, cryptography, NFTs, tokens. And then about governance, which is making sure that you have the right custodians for the data, making sure that you have a right utility which protects your data, and making sure that you have a community that can oversee all this. But most importantly, it's about the sovereignty of the individual you. The bottom line is you should own your data. You don't own the digital you today. If you didn't own the physical you would be I wouldn't fill that word. You can imagine what that means. So the digital you is not owned by you. God forbid any of us here in the room was to pass away. Your digital you will be lost in ether space, and your digital will and legacy will forever remain in the cloud.
So we have a lot of business folks, of course, a lot of financial services industry. So before we step off the stage, could you just suggest one thing that these folks need to consider or do or take action right now around AI?
Yeah, I think the most important action to take is to educate yourself. I am the so-called AI expert. I every day discover new things, and there's just infinite amount that's out there. So obviously it's easy to get lost with people who talk to you about algorithms and models and agentic AI and frameworks and platforms, and every day there's an AI startup or maybe 10 AI startups in every city being formed. So it's easy to get lost in all that noise. I would say educate yourself. There are forums like what we're doing at NYU. We've been in conversations with University of West Indies. Diane, I don't know if you're here in the room. Please raise your hand. If you are, there you are. Talk to Diane. She's collaborating very closely with us, so she's going to be our point person here in Jamaica. So reach out to her. I would definitely encourage that.
Ed, thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please, thank you. 1 second. Andre, do we have questions, or all right, we can take one question. Anyone has a burning question? There are 2 mics here around artificial intelligence. Anyone? Bueller? Okay, there's one. Mike? It's on?
Okay, it's on? Okay.
Yes.
Keith Collister. Quick question.
there is a view that AI will allow professionals in particular, or well, one is that it will make professional expertise less meaningful because you can go and just go and use AI. And another view is it seems to be attacking particular segments of the job market, such as journalism and so on. Where do you come down on? And there's another view that I think there's a Guyanese gentleman who may actually be at NYU who thinks that this is going to liberate us with Peter, the positive view, the Peter Drucker view of the world, where a new model is coming. So where do you, is it all three, or where do you do you have your own alternative view for on this?
I do have an idealistic view, which I can talk about after the UN meeting. But very short answer to your question is professionals are not going away. They're going to stay. Those jobs are going to stay. That's my sort of short-term view. Very long-term view, nobody knows. And the answer, very simply, maybe you can think about it like this. What's the job of the professional? If the job of the professional is to provide answers, then those jobs are going away. If the job of the professional is to ask the right questions, those jobs are staying here forever.
Good answer.
Good summary. Good point to end on.
Thank
you
you
very, very much. Excellent, Ed. Thanks, Andre. Good.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Very interesting topic. We could talk a whole day about artificial intelligence and its effect on our businesses. Certainly, the Jamaica Stock Exchange has an intimate interest in that topic, and we will certainly be looking forward to working with Diane to educate our own team and our constituents on the topic. So that is coming this quarter, 2025. Okay, we're now going to take it's scheduled for a 30-minute break, but we'll take a 15-minute working break just so that we can catch up a little bit. So we'll be back here in approximately, I'll say 11:55, thereabouts. Thank you very much. Refresh yourselves and be back. We'll have a panel discussion on investor education and its role in wealth creation. Thank you.
Staging of its regional capital markets conference. There's absolutely nothing like this conference in the Caribbean, and it has actually become a bridge between practitioners in the real economy and us, practitioners in the capital markets. Attendees at the conference can anticipate everything from robust discussions about the economy to discussions about a range of financial matters, and if they're lucky, some predictions of the future from those who are very qualified to speak about same. People can sign up for the conference at the Jamaica Stock Exchange's website. I'm really looking forward to meeting some of you and really everything that the conference has to offer. See you there. Hi.
I am Annie Dawkins, Associate Director at CIBC Caribbean Bank Jamaica Limited. We at CIBC Caribbean congratulate the Jamaica Stock Exchange on arranging the 20th edition of its Regional Investment and Capital Market Conference that has become the leading event of its kind in the Caribbean. At CIBC, our vision is to help our communities across the Caribbean region to create access to opportunities for our people and to accelerate action on climate change. CIBC is very much rooted in Jamaica, and we have been doing business in Jamaica and throughout the region for more than a century. We have been and continue to be the forefront of sustainability financing. We have helped arrange or have invested over $800 million for green financing projects throughout the region, and we have arranged over $8 billion in financing in the corporate and investment banking space in the past 5 years. We do see incredible potential for growth in Jamaica, and we're very excited to be a part of this growth. We're gratified to see the JSE launch of its Green, Social, Sustainable, and Sustainability-Linked Bond Guide a few months ago. That guide gives local companies a roadmap to issue bonds to fund projects and positive environmental and social impact. Suffice it to say that CIBC shares the JSE's commitment to sustainable development and to building the prosperity of our communities. So we are delighted to participate in this conference, and this year, in an even larger way as a sponsor. We look forward to meeting you all here at the conference.
Hi, I'm Carrie-Ann Gray, Marketing Manager at Fosrich Company Limited. When we made a to sponsor the Jamaica Stock Exchange Regional Investments and Capital Markets Conference, we weren't sure what to expect. Over the years, this event has become a staple on our calendar of activities, and that is simply because it offers value for money. The Jamaica Stock Exchange Conference is easily the only local conference that has been able to successfully and consistently bring together business leaders and other professionals from across the region and globally. This has given us the opportunity to reach and bring to market all the amazing offerings that Fosrich has in store for you. And so we're using this opportunity to share with you all the amazing solutions that Fosrich has to offer, including solar, of course, because we believe that renewable energies will play a significant role in the development and sustenance of future economies. Fosrich will be presenting on the topic. The key driver to the Caribbean low-cost energy is renewable energy. Allow me to use this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Marlene Street Forrest and her team on the 20th staging of what is undoubtedly an exceptional event. If you have not already registered, or maybe you've joined us online, I encourage you to take the opportunity to come on down and meet us in person at the Jamaica Stock Exchange Regional Investments and Capital Markets Conference here in Kingston, Jamaica at the Jamaica Pegasus, because this event promises to be insightful and exceptional.
The Jamaica Business Development Corporation is honored to once again partner with the Jamaica Stock Exchange for its annual conference, an event which for 2 decades has served as a driving force behind economic transformation and opportunities in Jamaica. 20 years is a remarkable, commendable ride, commendable period that needs to be celebrated. And as we celebrate, JBDC as the premier government agency dedicated to developing micro, small and medium-sized enterprises has consistently worked to equip businesses with the tools and resources needed for success. In fact, many of the pioneering companies listed on the Junior Stock Exchange were prepared by JBDC to meet the rigorous standards for listing, underscoring our commitment to nurturing investment-ready enterprises. We want to again congratulate the JSE on its 20th staging of its annual conference. And we invite all attendees to visit the Things Jamaican JBDC booth and experience the incredible potential of our local enterprises. Let's continue to work together for a thriving future for Jamaica land we love. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Alwyn Cousins, Country Client Partnership Officer at the JMB Group. We are once again happy to be on board as a sponsor of the JSE Capital Markets Conference. We recognize and have a deep respect for the pivotal role the JSE plays in our financial ecosystem by providing an additional channel for encouraging and mobilizing domestic savings, fostering the growth of the domestic financial services sector, and offering savers greater opportunities to protect their investments against inflation. Their efforts have significantly increased the overall efficiency of investments, facilitated privatization, and improved the gearing towards the domestic corporate sector, thereby reducing corporate dependence and borrowing. As a regional financial institution with operations in Barbados, the Dominican Republic, Jamaica, and Trinidad and Tobago, this type of sponsorship aligns with who we are, given our shared vision to develop the regional financial market. Our commitment to providing clients with unique solutions that help them achieve their financial goals is at the core of everything we do. We believe in empowering our clients with the tools and resources they need to navigate the financial landscape successfully. As we continue to support the JSE in their mission, we remain dedicated to fostering innovation, enhancing financial literacy, and delivering exceptional value to our clients.
Hi, I'm Ramon Small Ferguson, Chief Executive Officer of Burita Investments Limited, Jamaica Securities Dealers Association. Burita Investments is excited to be partnering with the Jamaica Stock Exchange on this, its 20th staging of its Regional Capital Markets Conference. There's absolutely nothing like this conference in the Caribbean, and it has actually become a bridge between practitioners in the real economy and us, practitioners in the capital markets. Attendees at the conference can anticipate robust discussions about a range of financial matters. And if you're lucky, some predictions of the future from those who are very qualified to speak about it. People can sign up for the conference at the Jamaica Stock Exchange's website. I'm really looking forward to meeting some of you and really everything that the conference has to offer. See you there. Hi.
I am Annie Dawkins, Associate Director at CIBC Caribbean Bank Jamaica Limited. We at CIBC Caribbean congratulate the Jamaica Stock Exchange on arranging this, the 20th edition of its Regional Investment and Capital Markets Conference that has become the leading event of its kind in the Caribbean. At CIBC, our vision is to help our communities across the Caribbean region to create access to opportunities for our people and to accelerate action on climate change. CIBC is very much rooted in Jamaica, and we have been doing business in Jamaica and throughout the region for more than a century. We have been and continue to be the forefront of sustainability financing. We have helped arrange or have invested over $800 million USD for green financing projects throughout the region. And we have arranged over $8 billion US dollars in financing in the corporate and investment banking space in the past 5 years. We do see incredible potential for growth in Jamaica, and we're very excited to be a part of this growth. We're gratified to see the JSE launch of its Green, Social, Sustainable, and Sustainability-Linked Bond Guide a few months ago. That guide gives local companies a roadmap to issue bonds to fund projects and positive environmental and social impact. Suffice it to say that CIBC shares the JSE's commitment to sustainable development and to building the prosperity of our communities. So we are delighted to participate in this conference, and this year, in an even larger way as a sponsor. We look forward to meeting you all here at the conference.
Hi, I'm Carrie Gray, Marketing Manager at Fosrich Company Limited. When we made a decision to sponsor the Jamaica Stock Exchange Regional Investments and Capital Markets Conference, we weren't sure what to expect. Over the years, this event has become a staple on our calendar of activities, and that is simply because it offers value for money. The Jamaica Stock Exchange Conference is easily the only local conference that has been able to successfully and consistently bring together business leaders and other professionals from across the region and globally. This has given us the opportunity to reach and bring to market all the amazing offerings that Fosrich has in store for you. And so we're using this opportunity to share with you all the amazing solutions that Fosrich has to offer, including solar, of course, because we believe that renewable energies will play a significant role in the development and sustenance of future economies. Fosrich will be presenting on the topic. The key driver to the Caribbean low-cost energy is renewable energy. Allow me to use this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Marlene Street Forrest and her team on the 20th staging of what is undoubtedly an exceptional event. If you have not already registered, or maybe you've joined us online, I encourage you to take the opportunity to come on down and meet us in person at the Jamaica Stock Exchange Regional Investments and Capital Markets Conference here in Kingston, Jamaica at the Jamaica Pegasus, because this event promises to be insightful and exceptional.
The Jamaica Business Development Corporation is honored to once again partner with the Jamaica Stock Exchange for its annual conference, an event which for 2 decades has served as a driving force behind economic transformation and opportunities in Jamaica. 20 years is a remarkable, commendable ride, commendable period that needs to be celebrated. And as we celebrate, JBDC, as the premier government agency dedicated to developing micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, has consistently worked to equip businesses with the tools and resources needed for success. In fact, many of the pioneering companies listed on the junior stock exchange.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to resume. We recognize a lot of networking happening, but we do have to press on, so we ask that you, as soon as you can, get back to your seats. And I'm now going to invite to start the next session, a panel discussion on investor education, the key to wealth creation. And our moderator will be Ms. Anya Walker, Executive Vice President, Strategy, Innovation, Research at NCB Capital Markets. Please welcome Anya.
All right, everyone, good morning. It's still morning. I would love to call my panelists to the stage, please. Thank you, guys. Eva Mitchell, Kester Guy, Dr. Street Forrest, James McCletchy. All right. Kester Guy, are you here? He's not. We are ready to start. Can you hear me clearly? Yes, you can. All right. So the topic for today's panel discussion is investor education, the key to wealth creation. And I want to introduce our panelists. Beside me, we have our very own Dr. Marlene Street Forest. Beside Dr. Street Forest, there's Kester Guy. Kester Guy is he's actually the Chief Executive Officer of the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission. And beside Kester, we have Eva Mitchell. Eva is the CEO of the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange. And then beside Eva, we have James McCletchy. James is the Deputy CEO of the Massey Group. Welcome, panelists. All right, so our panel today, we have the heads of the two largest stock exchanges in the English-speaking Caribbean. Very proud, they're both women. And also we have our regulator, and then we have a private sector perspective, a listed company perspective. So I think we have a very rounded panel to facilitate the discussion on this topic of investor education, the key to wealth creation. Now, before we dive into investor education, I wanted to explore a little bit the topic of wealth creation. And, you know, when we look at the world's wealthy, those who have amassed wealth, the billionaires, there are three main avenues through which you see them building wealth. Probably the biggest one today is entrepreneurship. And then we have real estate. And then there's the stock market. And I would argue that for the average investor who we embrace as, you know, the ones that help to drive the stock exchanges in the region, then those investors, stocks is the most accessible route for them to really embrace and to be able to build wealth. And so within that context, I want to ask the questions based on one, just getting an idea of perceptions in the region around, you know, wealth creation and how people see wealth creation in the region, the avenues through which they will create wealth. Delve a little bit into investor education, what we've been doing, and then talk some more and close off with, you know, where next? What do we need to do? What more do we need to do to help drive investor education and to help investors build wealth? So I will start with James. My first question to you, James, is, you know, do Caribbean people really believe that the stock market is a viable, accessible avenue through which they can create wealth?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah? So the question is, do we believe that Caribbean people believe that the stock market... So I think it depends on which country. I think we're in Jamaica here, and I think we have to recognize that what is under your leadership, Doctor, that there's been significant advances in how Caribbean people treat stocks as an investment. I think the bigger question is whether we are there or where we should be. We have to recognize that this is an avenue or vehicle for wealth creation. And I think the reason we have this panel here is to encourage that we are participants in the market to ensure that for Caribbean people that we understand that this is a vehicle. So in other markets, like if you go to Asia or the US, my son is 16 and he has a portfolio. And he has been speaking about his portfolio since he was 12 or 10. That has to be how we think about things. So I can tell you for a fact, you'll hear Massey talk a lot this year about intergenerational wealth. Because we believe that our stock, and I think every other conglomerate should think that way, has to be a vehicle for intergenerational wealth. And I'll be clear about what that means. That means that you buy, our commitment to you is to ensure that the dividends and the value of that share continues to grow. And then you can pass that on to your kids. And I want your kids to pass on to their kids. So that is how we'll create wealth, and it needs to be created from an intergenerational perspective.
Awesome. And so this question is for Eva and Dr. Street Forest. When you look at the U.S., and it's a nice lead-in from James's response. When you look at the U.S., the Gallup poll showed that 62% of Americans hold stocks, right? I wanted to find out what is the participation rate in Trinidad and Jamaica in terms of the persons that, or the percentage of the population that holds stocks. And then also, you know, are we seeing a trend of increasing ownership of stocks among our young persons? Eva, you could go first.
Good afternoon, everyone. And Marlene, again, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. And as I was saying before, we get that question at the stock exchange over and over again. You know, what does the participation levels look like? Interestingly, our current participation level is about 16% of the working population locally. And that is significant growth from about 9% 10 years ago. So we're definitely heading in the right direction. I think, interestingly also, there is, when we look closer at those numbers and what's actually driving the increases of those numbers, we were very surprised to see that growth took place even in the absence of a consecutive flow of IPO onto the market. And growth even took place last year and the year before that, even in the face of declining activity in the market. So it was a welcome surprise for us. So it tells us that whatever we are doing, we're doing something right, and we'll keep doing it. What we're actually doing is ensuring that we are present in terms of investor education, because we do see this as something that has a heavy and significant, actually a growing strategic importance for us. It's actually part of our 3 to 5 year strategic plan. So you see us in schools, we are in businesses, wherever you want us to be, we're there. We're either hosting sessions or co-hosting sessions with our brokers, because this is not something, we don't believe that we operate in isolation. You know, it's a lot of different factors and a lot of different support from participants that have to get the wheels turning. So you see us wherever you want us to be. The emerging demographic within that growth is young professionals. And, you know, the question before was, how do we see the stock market as a space for wealth creation? And young professionals, we need to get the young professionals to see more of that. They are seeing it. So again, education is important. We looked at our data and we realized that we have to speak to the young professionals in a way that they will want to see it. So we are leveraging technology. We are leveraging the emerging media such as influencers, those that have a large follower base, and using those to actually get not just content, but the right content within those spaces. What I also see is a growing attention being placed on smaller discussion groups, so investor groups, whether it be via WhatsApp group or just informal circles. And it is really phenomenal to see the significance and the type of influence that these smaller groups have on behavior. So we are actually positioning ourselves in those groups and ensuring that we have a continuous content flow in this particular area, but like I said, the right content.
Awesome. So it's the same question for you, Dr. Street Forest, in terms of, you know, the participation rate. And I heard you give some stats last night, which was very encouraging, especially over the last 5 years when, similar to Trinidad, you know, the market in terms of IPOs, it hasn't been that many. But has the participation rate been like in Jamaica? And are you seeing a trend in terms of, you know, more young people in Jamaica buying stocks?
Well, similar to Trinidad, the participation rate is good. We have about 18% of our adult population investing in the market. And we would have moved from about 2006, where we would have had about 5-6%, to where we are now. So when you look at 2006, we had about 60,000 persons investing in the market. Now we have about 360,000. And the reason is definitely market education. And it's not only market education in respect to the investors that we want to invest in the market, but the entire market. So the players in the market, the persons who are giving advice to investors, we do a full suite of that. And we consider that it was very important to the growth and development of the market which is why we had the e-campus. So you know we have the e-campus where we teach the wide suite of whether you want the ABCs of investing in the market. What we look at now, the analysts, we have courses for them, just about everything that is necessary to allow persons to understand why are we investing in the market, what is it in it for you, how do you get wealth creation, you know? So these are the things that we do. And at this point in time, you know, it is good to talk about how you continue that growth, because it is a deliberate effort to continue the growth. And so we feel that apart from the fact that we do have these sessions, it must be a continuous growth. And it must start very early. So young people, it's important, but we are going to start from the prep-primary. So in March, we are now going to be into the prep-primary schools. Awesome. Yes, so that's important, so that the heavy lifting that we would have done over the last 10 years or so, you don't have to do that anymore, because they will be also educating their parents. So this is something that, so in truth, I think the future is bright for us in terms of persons understanding that it is important to invest.
Awesome, Dr. Streetworth. I'm going to come back to that point later, but I want to just ask, you know, just bring Kester into the discussion. So Kester, from your perspective, what is the role of the broker-dealers in terms of, you know, nurturing wider access to investor education and financial literacy as a means of creating wealth for the average citizen?
Thank you for that question, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here. I know you single out the broker-dealers, and the broker-dealers do have a very important role as their, let's call them the frontliners in investing and providing advice. But the broker-dealers would just be one of the entire ecosystem of persons that are relevant and important to generating an environment of active pursuit in investor education. So broker-dealers selling their own products will provide general advice and guidance on their products. But beyond just the specifics of their products, we want to, if I can use create a kind of boiling point to the investing public that this is an avenue, this is an option that if pursued and pursued under appropriate guidance and so on, it can in fact provide you with not just wealth for yourself, but as James referred to, intergenerational wealth and put you on the trajectory that you long to be. So yes, directly for the broker-dealers, they are going out there. There are rules governing what they ought to be able to selling, not mis-selling and misrepresenting and things of that nature as frontliners, but it's connected to an entire ecosystem for which they are just one element.
Awesome. So James, my next question is for you, right? You know, Massey is a listed company, and from your perspective, what role does a listed company play in terms of, you know, empowering investors? I've been in the market for some time, and I've really seen a shift in terms of how companies, you know, respond to retail investors in particular, even at the AGMs and so on. It's such a transformation from when I joined. And I just wanted to, you know, to share with us your view on, you know, Massey's approach to educating investors and using the tools available at your disposal.
Hello? Yeah. I have a list of about 10 things, but I'll go with 3, right? I'll go with 3. One is I think as a listed company, we have a serious responsibility to the market through governance and integrity, because if something fails, it's not just the company that fails. It really sucks confidence out of the market. So first thing that we have full control of is the governance and how we run the business and the transparency. So that is on us. And that is on us. And we have to take that responsibility very, very seriously. The second thing I'll allude to, and if anyone's following Massey, you would see over the last 6 months in particular, we've really raised the game on it. The level of transparency and how we talk to the market, how we engage, has to be front and center. We are intending to push more transparency that is more in line with what you would see in New York and London, because we believe that will pull the market in the right direction. Right? You'll hear us talk about cash flow, even how we structure the presentation, much more future-looking, much more transparency within the guise of the regulators. I can feel Kessel looking at me hard there. But in the spirit of investors has to have transparency about what we did, good and bad, and what we're going to do. So that's the second thing. The third thing I think, though, and we'll talk about it a lot, is, and this is more, not just as an individually listed company, but I think in collaboration. I think Stephen spoke about collaboration yesterday. I think we as listed companies should come together with other participants in the market to drive and support the level of education that is required to raise financial literacy in the market. This is extremely important, not just for individual companies, but for the entire region. And I don't think any one company does this by themselves. This is not a regulator thing by themselves. This is not the stock exchange thing by themselves. I think we all have to come together in a real program to make sure we have impact on that. And I think that you'll see more and more of that coming forward, I think, in the next couple of months, not years.
I like that. So I'm going to take the questions back to the heads of the two stock exchanges, and either of you can choose to go first. But in terms of, investor education is one aspect, one of the levers, that we can pull on, but you also need more assets, right? In order for us to grow well, we can't, trade the same stocks. Yeah. We need more. What is it as, heads of the stock exchanges can we do to bring more listed companies to the market to create more opportunities for investment?
Well, it is a broad reach in terms of companies. Normally, when you look at our exchanges, you see the financial sector more involved. But what we, as the stock exchange, we do, we canvass all sectors so that there is, as you say, a broader basket of companies with different industries. So we do that. That's one. But we also work, as you know, with the brokers to develop financial products. You know that very much, and so that they can be interested in, an index or, manufacturing index or whatever. So those are some of the things that we do. Now, I'm going to go back to training, because it is in the training of our market that we are able to develop the various types of products. It's also in the scanning of the market to see what is in the environment that we can, that people would be interested in, so that we can develop, whether it is real estate, you touched on real estate, to encourage persons to, in construction, etc., to come, so people can have a part of that pie. So, the stock exchange really is there to look at what are the possibilities. What are the companies you can encourage to come to market? How can they be structured via the brokers to get to the point where they can come to market?
So my view is similar to Marlene's. What I would add is, it's a function of two things. How well we as stock exchanges could leverage technology to make it more accessible, to make trading more accessible. And Marlene spoke to, the environment and making sure the environment is right. And the other thing is really the flow and accessibility of good information, which James touched on earlier, in the market. All those ingredients make the right environment for investment. If it is that those ingredients don't exist, then there will be frictions in the market. At the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange, we have been working on reducing those frictions in the market. Happy to say we've launched our online platform, so you have access to trade 24/7 without having going through a broker. We've reduced the settlement period, so shares change hands faster, you get your cash faster, so of course that adds to some liquidity in the market. We've also looked at our back office functions because we have to be able to better serve the market, and we've fully digitalized those back office functions so that we can operate in a more efficient way. And of course, we are looking at the flow of information, and the flow of information is not just a stock exchange or a regulatory responsibility. It's the responsibility of the listed companies and how well they engage their shareholders, not with just quarterly reporting or annual reporting, but the frequency of material information that comes within the company that is reported that will be influential on an investor, for an investor to make a decision. Now, all of that is to say that this will create the environment for an attractive and conducive environment for development. So now you can say, all right, let's add more products because there's a level of confidence in the market, which we are doing, and the stock exchange is certainly doing work where that is concerned. And stay tuned, we will see more coming from the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange as we work closely with our regulator. When we look at our data, yes, market education, investor education is important. But when we look at our data annually, we see that IPOs come to market, investors buy into these IPOs, and they do nothing with it. They're not active participants in the market. So we now have to look closely at that pool and get them to come back to the market and be active participants in the market and add to that steady flow of activity in the market. So investor education, as Marlene said, is not really just a core niche of the market. It's actually looking at the full market, new and existing shareholders and investors, and getting the right message out to them so that they actively participate in the market and add to wider market development.
Thanks, Eva. So, Kester, I'm going to come back to you on that question of, adding assets to the market. Dr. Street Forest spoke about, collaborating with the brokers and so on to just ensure that, there's vibrancy in the market. From a regulatory perspective, what else can be done? And I want to take it to Trinidad, for example. From the regulator's perspective, what else can, the TTSEC do to really support the market and ensure, the buoyancy in terms of asset creation? And
Yes, so thank you. So there are several things, but like James, I just identify 2 or 3 things. We talked about education, and we talk about education on the investor side, but Dr. Marlene spoke about canvassing various stakeholders within the wider economy. There are entities that don't even know that they can leverage capital market or have access to capital market for funds to grow and develop their businesses. And so there's a degree of education to general market businesses within the economy. If we go back to the true essence of capital formation and so on, that can be leveraged to provide opportunities for those businesses. Now, Eva spoke about frictions. There are all types of frictions. Regulators being behind, regulators not aware of market developments, regulators being too defensive, and they can beat up regulators. I was on a recent panel where they beat me up really badly, but it's okay. and the issue is the need for ongoing dialogue and collaboration between all the stakeholders for which the regulator is a part. And at the very onset, if we are thinking about new products, we can have input not to tell you what to do, but in terms of regulatory concerns, how to solve some of those issues at the very beginning, so that by the time you have advanced your case, the time taken to review a product, it's cut probably by half. The market are the risk takers. The persons that understand the risk and so on. And there's an onus upon the market and the regulators upon the market participants to also educate the regulators, because we sit looking at some models, looking at some standards, and have our own view on particular matters, and sometimes it's just a sit down and dialogue. So we really need to encourage those issues. I'll just talk about one other thing. I mean, we look across our societies and the developments within our space. We talk about new technologies. We talk about the growing initiatives, whether it's in the creative industries and so on. And the question as a regulator, I will say, but how can we leverage some of these new initiatives, new technologies, new creatives, and turn them into financial assets? And that conversation with all the parties at stake can lend to brainstorming on how we can better achieve that. I will say, in Trinidad, we have since started a dialogue. We have certain about stakeholder groups where, along with the regulator, all the market interests will meet on certain frequencies for which EVA is a part, and start to talk about what EVA described as frictions within the market and how we can solve those. So I'll just pause there for that.
Okay, thank you. So I've been given the time signal, but this is such an interesting discussion. I have so many questions I could ask you all, but I'll reach out to you individually. But, Dr. Forrest, we've had such a, tremendous run, and there's so much that we're doing around investor education. One of my favorites is National Investor Education Week, and it's something I hope we can continue. And I love also the focus on, the high schools and the stock market game in high schools. But what next do you see for the region in terms of investor education as you leave us? What gems of advice are you leaving us with,
Yes, and I'm going to say for investor education, because the persons who are educating must also be educated, right? And for the regulators, I would love to see at some point that there is a mandate that there is continuous professional education for the market. It's most important. We have not gone there as yet, but I would love to see that happen, because that is where you are going to see growth and development. And I must put in the plug for our CBX, the Caribbean Business Exchange Network, because again, what we would have been seeing is snippets of what happened in the market on a daily basis from other networks. So, for example, I'd love to see the broadening of that network so that we can carry continuous business education, business program, business events, so that persons all around the world can see what we are doing and can be a part of the growth and development of our market.
Awesome. And James, you can take us out. What next for the market? What next we need to see listed companies do?
I'll do 1 minute on a small story. So last week we had our AGM, and this guy at the AGM was following me around to ask me a question. So I sat down with him, and I think it's important that we understand. This guy saved $22,000 over a long period of time. He took 10,000 of that and he put it into Massey shares. These are the people who we serve. This is the importance of what we do, and I think it's important for us to understand that, right? So going forward, I think we have to collaborate more. I don't think it's individual, whether it's the stock exchange or the regulator or one company, Answer or Goddard's or Massey. My ask and my commitment is that we really strive to commit more to fix and repair the system itself, because too much is at stake for someone like this guy who put half his money into one stock. Right? So I think we have to understand our responsibility, and my thing going out is that the West Indians could do real good. And I think we have to collectively come together to really take it. You've left us with a wonderful platform, Doctor. And I think if we could take it next level, you'll feel even prouder of us, and that is our commitment as a group. That's how I'll leave it.
Awesome, everyone. Thank you very much, panelists. It was really my pleasure to engage you, and hopefully our audience left with, some gems to move forward.
Thank you very much, team. Thank you very much, Anya, for leading that very excellent discussion. Another one that could have gone on for much longer, but we certainly set the foundation for further discussion and encourage youngsters especially to get active and involved in this stock market. We're now going to have a product launch by our sponsor, and I invite Dr. Carrie-Ann Hepburn-Malcolm, representing the team, to come forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so I'm hoping I can infuse a little excitement in this segment. All right, so I am Dr. Carrie-Ann Hepburn-Malcolm. I'm the head of wealth at the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Limited. And today I'm here to share with you something new and exciting. So, in 2023, we did an internally commissioned research, that is NCB Capital Markets Limited, and we set out to unearth some insights related to investment behavior among Jamaicans across the island. That would be some interesting stuff, right? All right. So the research wasn't limited to just our clients, even though we have a whole heap of clients, but we made sure that the sample was outside of NCB Capital Markets. So one of the key findings was that there is a 25% gap between the importance of clients' needs to understand investment plans, goal setting, and financial strategy, and them clearly understanding the information being published by financial educators. So we're putting out, as financial institution, lots of information, but the recipients, the average Jamaican, wasn't quite digesting it the way we would want. It wasn't as straightforward as we would think. So with that information, we thought, all right, how can we make this a little bit easier for investors and potential investors? And mind you, there's a big opportunity here, because I think we would all agree that even though, Jamaica has a very vibrant stock exchange and very vibrant markets, the average Jamaican is still pretty much a saver, not an investor. There is a significant opportunity to enlist and enroll more Jamaicans into the habit of investing and creating wealth. So, based on this, we said, all right, with this data, we want to conceptualize a solution that would give our clients easy access to fundamentally sound investment advice and recommendations. And we arrived at a way to do it at a scale. And this was through our, I hope Mr. AI is still here, our WhatsApp bot, Simone. Or if you want to be fancy, Simone, right? So, I'm going to just take you quickly through a presentation that explains our WhatsApp bot and tells you more about Simone. And literally all of us in here can try Simone. Actually, I want you to, and I would love to get feedback on the WhatsApp bot. So listen, my peers, I'm not calling your competitors today, check it out and give me some feedback. All right, so. All right. So, Simone is a digital self-serve solution that will allow NCB Capital Markets clients to complete their own risk profiles via WhatsApp. So our WhatsApp bot is verified through a multi-step authentication process to ensure that you know you're actually chatting with an NCB platform and not something nefarious. All the data collected is handled as per the guidelines of the Data Protection Act of 2020 and our internal data protection policy. So no need to worry about what happens with the information. All right. So as I mentioned to you, based on this research that we did, investors said, we want to know more about investing. We're just not sure where to start. We want information that's easy to understand and easy to access. So, through trends identified in our data, we were able to deduce investor preference through the use of other platforms. So, we have the NCB Capital Markets app and so on. We have a number of technological platforms, and we're able to look at the trends and patterns from the data that we analyze. So we realized that the mobile phone was their primary tool to access our services. And if you think about it, even in a room like this, we all have our phones with us, right? And we're constantly interacting with WhatsApp. So we realized that that was the most convenient way for our clients and potential clients to access the platform. So the 5-minute simulated conversation with Simone, it's so easy and it's so engaging. Trust me, you'll be like, oh my God, this is nice. This is easy. I love this. I want to invest. So clients are educated about likely financial priorities at their different stage of life and how these are likely to shape investment decisions. So based on the risk tolerance, we narrowed it down to just 3. So there's conservative, there's moderate, there's aggressive. And in terms of the asset allocation piece, which was the other big piece, so fine, you've determined your risk profile, so what? So it goes further to share with the client or the user, whether they should be in stocks, fixed income, alternative investments, and what percentage of their portfolio should be allocated among the different asset classes. So I will use an easy example, and then I'll give you a more exciting example, building up, the climatic part. All right, so for some of us, a conservative meal might look like some deep-fried fresh fish, because maybe, you're not big on meat, fish is safe, it's healthy, and so we might consider this lower risk, and, it might equate to what we call steady returns. I'm just using food as an analogy, bear with me. Then, when we look at moderate, maybe lobster, for those of us that eat lobster, right? And that would equate to measured risk and balanced growth. And for aggressive, for those of us who eat escargot, that would be, a little bit on the adventurous side. And so that is meant to showcase, a bigger appetite for risk. And of course, we would like to say the greater the risk, the greater return. So that's not the food example. All right. So before I get to my showcase in action, I would love if you could oblige me, if you could go into your WhatsApp. I'm watching each table. Y'all not going to watch me stiff, so I would like you to go in your WhatsApp. And it's as simple as typing my wealth to this number. So 876-728-7075. All right, good. I see people's phone in hand. And you should have some brochures on your table, NCB Capital Markets. Repeat the number. All right, it's 876-728-7075. It's on screen, but I know depending on where you're sitting, you might not have a clear view of it. But the pamphlet, the brochure on your table has the number. So you can save it. Then, so save it as Simone, the chatbot, the NCB chatbot. And then you're going to type to Simone, my wealth. And you'll see what happens. You'll tell me after, what happens in terms of your interaction with Simone. All right. So I have another live example to show you, in terms of an analogy between the risk profiles and I guess our everyday life. So, ladies and gentlemen, similar to your personal style, have you ever thought about the fact that your investment style, can be synonymous with your fashion style? So, our style is unique to us. And it should be celebrated and, embraced because it brings out the best of who we are. So with that, today I want to introduce you, and by extension every Jamaican, to your personal investment style. But first, let's understand what this means using fashion. All right. So, welcome on our stage for our first two looks depicting a conservative investment style. It's so conservative, I'm not seeing them. Oh, there we go. All right. So this style prioritizes the preservation of capital or, your money invested. It prioritizes stability or returns over the pursuit of high returns. This style is typically adopted by individuals or institutions who have a lower tolerance for risk or a shorter investment horizon, such as retirees or those saving for a specific near-term goal. So, this lovely lady is hitting the red carpet for a formal function. She looks stunning, but very little risk is being taken with her fashion choice. If you notice, her outfit is very chic, modern. It shows just enough, but not too much. They accentuate in all the right places. Here we have another conservative example. And we have on stage our very own Nadine Thomas. She is head of private wealth at the NCB Capital Markets. Not only is she brilliant, she's stylish. We're loving your conservative dress, Nadine. Next, we welcome our second set of looks depicting the moderate investment style. This style balances the pursuit of capital growth with the need for stability, aiming to achieve a middle ground between conservative and aggressive approaches. This style is typically suited for investors who have a medium-term investment horizon and therefore have some latitude to absorb fluctuations. But while you want to avoid excessive exposure to high volatility, we do see some exposure, but we also see some bold styling choices coming through. But not enough to cause too much consternation. The same can be expected from a moderate portfolio. And we have Kimberly Martin, our AVP of Corporate Solutions, gracing our stage in her moderate yellow attire. As we transition to our final set of looks, I invite you to save the number of our brand new WhatsApp bot. I hope you already have the number saved. It is 876-728-7075, and get ready to try the tool for yourselves. You may be ready for an update on your current risk tolerance or may never have had easy access to this before. So simply text My Wealth to 876-728-7075. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our final set of looks, are you ready? Don't bother come on, mothers, they're not ready. Are you ready? Okay. So, I welcome on stage our models depicting the aggressive investment style. Where are my aggressive ladies? These models are wearing avant-garde looks, ready to turn up the heat on the runway of the Jamaica Stock Exchange Conference. These looks depict the aggressive investment style simply because the looks are edgy. The aesthetic, they took a little risk. You're seeing, they're playing with some tulle and there's some leatherette there, right? Not your normal, formal kind of dress. I would say that this is stunning, edgy but stunning, right? The same is true for an aggressive investment style. Anika Bynes, our senior wealth advisor at NCB Capital Markets. Yes, girl. Yes, girl. This investment strategy prioritizes high growth potential over steady performance. Aggressive investors often accept significant risks and volatility in pursuit of above average returns. This style is typically adopted by investors with a high risk tolerance. So I'm curious to see at the next ball or gala or JSE governance event, which one of you will show up in an aggressive outfit like this one? I think Dr. Marlene. Yes. Yes. Beautiful. So, aggressive investors often accept significant risks and volatility in pursuit of above average returns. Okay, a head turner. This style is typically adopted by investors with a high risk tolerance, long investment horizons, and the financial capacity to withstand market fluctuations. Wouldn't you all agree this is a pretty aggressive style? Absolutely. So, what's your risk tolerance? You're aggressive, Adenike, okay. I suspect most of this room might be moderate. So guys, remember, WhatsApp, you're gonna go to or save 876, the area code of Jamaica, 728-7075 and find out how. So our looks today were designed by a local designer right here from Yard. Miss Kadia Nickley, and styled by Casey-Ann Wilson. Jamaica full of talent, not true? Wow, wow, wow. Excellent. Give the media some time to take some photos of Miss Kadia Nickley's lovely work and the styling by Casey-Ann Wilson, while the audience saves or WhatsApp bot Simone to their phones. 876. What's the number? Wow. Excellent. And what should you text to that number? Wow, wow, wow. What an amazing audience. Thank you very much, audience. Thank you, ladies. Thank you to our fine models. And thank you to our local designer, Kadia Nickley, and our stylist, Casey-Ann Wilson, powered by NCB Capital Markets. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Somebody last night mentioned that the stock exchange conferences have been happening for 20 years and no two are exactly the same, and this is clear evidence of that. Congratulations congratulations to NCB Capital Markets on the product launch. It's safe to say you got the message across. Carry on. All right. We're now going to have a brief presentation on the launch of the Jamaica Stock Exchange green bond market. And I'm going to ask Dr. Marlene Street Forest to come and give an introduction to this new product, this new asset being introduced to the Jamaican marketplace. Welcome, Dr. Street Forest. And also our IT manager, Suzette McNaught.
Good afternoon again, everyone. With NCB just coming up to present, that's a hard act to follow, wouldn't you say? But I'm just so thrilled with how they brought out really important information for us. Thank you, NCB. It is a pivotal moment for us at the stock exchange, the launching of our Green Bond Plus market. So it's a platform in which we will be trading green bonds. It's important that we talk a little about it because it's where, we are looking at how do you sustain the economy, how do you sustain your country, how do you ensure that you have capital to deal with issues of climate change, other things in renewable energy, etc. And the Jamaica Stock Exchange wants to say that we're not just about mobilizing capital for business per se, but we are looking at the entire breadth of why you mobilize capital and how responsible we should be in terms of putting in the ecosystem to allow for persons who want to raise capital, who want to also give that capital, the investor, the responsible investors, to come to market so that the product can meet with capital. So we are launching the market today. You will see what it looks like. We always launch a market, even if we don't have one product on that market at the point in time. We launched the junior market in April 2009. In October, we had our first listing. It is to say that we are preparing you so that you can know that this is where you can prepare yourself to come to market. So we have now, through our NASDAQ platform, we have created the Green Bond Plus market. What we are saying is companies who now want to raise capital, and it is green capital, there is a facility that is available. Yes, you can clap. And this comes right on the heel of us launching the Jamaica Green Bond, Green Social Sustainable and Sustainability Bond Guide. And we launched that last year. I think it was about October or so that we launched that, which gives you all the information that is necessary to put yourself in a position to actually access green capital. So this morning, we are going to be just showing you quickly what the market looks like, the information, how we will be communicating to you, and how persons after a bond is listed will trade on the exchange. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so as Dr. Street Forest said, we have prepared our trading platform for the listing of the green bond markets. There are two markets, the JMD market and the USD market. Where? Next slide, please. Where is the clicker? All right. So here we have a visual representation of our trading platform. This is the interface that the brokers use to trade on the market. And we have set up the two markets, the USD market and the JMD market. So this is a user-friendly interface that will be used by the member dealers to trade on the green bond market once the stocks are listed. Similarly, we have prepared our online trading platform for the retail investors and the institutional investors. They will also have access to the USD market and the JMD market for the green bonds. We have also prepared our supporting channels, or website or mobile app will also have details about the green bond market. As you can see from the screenshots there, you'll be able to access all the market details pertaining to green bond. And our eCampus website will also be offering training on the green bond market. And most importantly, there's a dedicated green bond website which provides all the information relating to green bond. And what I'd like to highlight is the fact that the green bond guide is available on this site. It's available today. You can visit greenbond.jamstockex.com and view the bond guide, which will provide you with the foundational information for listing the green bonds instruments. And finally, this is just a list of what we have done so far. We have launched the guide in October last year. Our platforms are ready for listings. And of course, in the first quarter of this year, our eCampus will be launching a certified ESG training. So that is a summary of what we have done so far to prepare the market for these listings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, team. The green bond market will create another asset class of investing to the market and underlines our commitment to sustainable investments. Round of applause, please. Of course, as you could understand, we didn't do this alone. IDB Invest, big partner of ours. UNDP, a big partner of ours. CARICRIS and Standard & Poor's, rating agencies, also partnered with us in putting this entire universe together. So one other product and service, one other asset class becoming available to investors. We're now going to invite the panel to join us. First of all, the moderator, Dr. Claire Nelson, ideation leader, the Futures Forum, will join us, and she will introduce the panel to have a discussion on the green market, a way to finance sustainable development. Please welcome Dr. Claire Nelson.
The world in a problem, the world in a mess. Corporations take up profits and they couldn't care less. Making money more ways, there is no solution. What we need now is a green revolution. Yes, that is from my salad days as a would-be dub poet. I have a CD online to prove it, so I'll send some of you the link if you want the whole full verse. But we're here to talk about green bonds. So I want you to, first of all, as you heard, I'm a futurist. Well, actually, as a true Jamaican living in the diaspora, 4 jobs, right? So it's futurist, sustainability engineer, storyteller, and social entrepreneur. That's why I love the social stock exchange too. So everything is coming together. Anyway, imagine 2035. And the groundbreaking company, Aquavita, that launched a $100 million green bond. Soon after the green bond launch in Jamaica in 2025, is now known as a pioneering global benefit corporation And they have succeeded in the 10 years since they've passed to ensure that the CARICOM region, the Caribbean region, and not just the Caribbean region, all the small island developing states have a thriving bond market. Aquavita, the company that launched this bond, is now able to provide to 25 million people across the islands access to clean, reliable water resources, and the projects have created over 50,000 green jobs, empowered local cooperatives, and reduced the reliance on imported water and negative and bad water. So, when we talk about green bonds, that's the kind of the headline we're going to be reading in the future. So to help us hear more about this, I want to invite to the stage Natasha C. Marzoff. She is the IDB Group Country Representative here in Jamaica. And I spent my salad days at IDB as a technical cooperation expert. We'll be joined also by Kishan Kode. He's a resident representative of the UNDP for many islands. He's resident in Jamaica, but he also represents Bahamas, Belize, Bermuda, Cayman Islands, and Turks and Caicos. So it's a multi-country office with a whole heap of multidisciplinary responsibility. And we also are going to be joined by Jillian Charles Gollop, and she's the Executive Director of the Corporate Banking and Sustainable Finance sector of the Corporate Banking CIBC Caribbean. So we're talking about three experts who have been pioneering this space in Caribbean, and I really am looking forward to the conversation. So let me go and join them over there, assuming I have a microphone. And meanwhile, think about my rhythm. Yes, I'm going to make it in the dub world. So having introduced our esteemed panelists, I'm going to jump right in as to why. So we saw a chart being presented. We're launching this market today. We're going to jump right in by me asking the first round of questions, which is going to be generic, giving you some more information, background. And I want to start with a question to Jillian Charles Gollop to talk a little bit about just giving us some more background. Can I center, those of us who are new, what is this? What is the size of this market? Why does it matter? Where's the real business opportunity? Then we'll follow up some questions to hear what are two of our most important technical assistance partners, the IDB, UNDP, doing to ensure we're able to move this from just a product launch on paper to something on practice. So first, Jillian, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nelson. And before I even start, I just want to say I love your energy. You know, we really need to have a green revolution. First, I want to also say thank you to the Jamaica Stock Exchange for inviting us to present here. We're proud to be a sponsor. CIBC has been in Jamaica. Actually, CIBC was, the Jamaica branch was the first branch of CIBC in the Caribbean. So we've been here for a long time, and we are really proud to see what's happening here. The Green Bond Guide, we were also pleased to be part of the conversation on the ground with our risk team, our environmental risk team as well. What I'm going to share with you here is more of the global view, what's happening in the market, how it's changing, what are the emerging themes of it, and what the potential is for Jamaica and the Caribbean to be able to also be part of this solution. The other thing I would just mention is I am totally 100% agree that for us to get this done and for us to build the resiliency that we need, build the sustainable development that we need, it needs to be done collaboratively. So with the multilaterals like the IADB, with the commercial banks, it's not going to be just one bank or one multilateral. We need to do it, and we were very proud to recently do a debt for climate sustainability-linked transaction for the government of Barbados, which supported water reclamation. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this can grow in Jamaica. So with that, I'll just ask for the slide to be put up. What we are going to share is, I'm not seeing it, is it? No. There's a couple of slides. Just waiting for it. While we wait, I would just want to also say, in terms of what we're seeing, I'm going to go through and talk through it, and then hopefully the slides will go up. So one of the things we've been seeing in the market, particularly on the sustainable finance side, what the slide shows is over the last 10 years, say from 2018 to now, you've seen where the market, the global bond market for green and sustainable bonds has, as at the end of 2024, was $1.3 billion. Please go to the next slide, thanks. $1.3 trillion in green bond issues. And if you look at the 2024, you'll see where that is. I'm starting basically from 120 in 2016, 120 million in 2016 to $1.3 trillion in issues. And how is that made up? First off, the sustainable financing has really shown a growth of around 3% of the total debt market, and it's been a steady growth despite the fluctuation. The issues amounted to 78% for 2024, and that's what that really suggests is globally there's broad acceptance that something needs to be done and that those funds are going into investments across the globe. What we're also seeing as well, which is very important, is that it's shifting purely from green issues. And just to give a little bit of quick thing, green issues tend to be more of environmental, while sustainability is environmental plus social. And what the green bond for Jamaica includes is both sustainable, both environmental and sustainable issues. And what we're seeing really is that there's more focus now on energy transition, not only the environmental side, which is energy transition, clean transport, water diversity, and climate adaptation, but now it's blending more into things like housing, healthcare, education, property alleviation, food security, and agriculture. A lot of what you would have heard the Prime Minister yesterday and the Minister of Finance speak to today. What you're seeing here is that there's a 50% year-on-year increase in sustainability-linked transactions or sustainable transactions. What you're also seeing as well in terms of green loans, what we are seeing is that the sustainable debt is expanding, driven by both the green and sustainable bonds, and it's leading to some emerging themes that we're seeing. So if we go on to the next slide, those are the three themes really that are coming out of it. First off, you're seeing a lot of issues that relate to biodiversity and blue finance. I spoke about the debt for climate, but we also did a debt for nature swap for Barbados recently, which went towards marine conservation, again with the support of the IADB. Those biodiversity and blue finance is covering things like ecosystem management, marine tourism, sustainable fisheries, and those surged to 33% in 2023. And it's also reflecting the shift to responsible investment in natural systems. Countries in the Caribbean that have issued, Caribbean and Latin America that have issued those types of bonds include Belize, Barbados, Bahamas, El Salvador, Ecuador. They've all done those things, and certainly for Jamaica, there's a huge opportunity there, especially given fishing, the fishing industry, your marine life, those types of things are important. And then the other aspect of it is transition finance. So I remember last year, Japan issued a huge bond. I think it was four bond issues related to transition, specifically to transition. And that was $15 billion in 4 transition bonds. And so those bonds are really dealing with catering to industry needs, particularly converting from traditional energy towards more renewable energy and other items like that. One point I would make, I've included in here some case studies that I'm not going to go through, but if you look at the government of Canada as an example, similar to Jamaica, they have included nuclear in their green bond guide, and so, or their green bond framework, and they would have issued over $4 billion towards that green bond issue when CIBC would have supported them in that area. The other aspect we're seeing is climate change adaptation. and it's focusing on things like investing in infrastructure to mitigate climate risk. And so the climate bond initiatives that are being proposed here, the green initiatives that are proposed here, will be able to facilitate those types of investments. So I would just stop here and just say, those are the things that we're seeing. And if you look at each aspects of it, this can be applied to Jamaica. This can be applied regionally. The Caribbean is one of the most vulnerable areas to climate risk, and therefore we need to do something about it. And it will take the partnership of all stakeholders for us to get it done. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Julian Charles Glup. So you have set the stage as to what's happening in the world and given us some more background information for those of us who are new to this conversation. Let's go now to what the IDB is doing. Natasha Marsoff, Country Director for Jamaica. What has the IDB group, and I just want to remind people, the IDB has more than one window. We have the window that is in public sector, private sector, and of course, the Innovation Lab. So I'd love to hear more about how have you really, I heard Mrs. Streetforest, Dr. Streetforest talking about how you help them get this off the ground, but tell us a little bit more about what you have been up to.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Nelson. Good afternoon, everyone. Very happy to be here. I've been very, very impressed with the turnout of how many people have been here since yesterday, which really attests to Jamaica's interest in capital markets, in everything that has to do with sustainable financing. Let me tell you a little bit about the IDB. The IDB group has three main areas. We have the IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, that works directly with governments, in this case, the government of Jamaica. We have IDB Invest, which is our private sector arm that works exclusively with private sector companies. And we have IDB Lab, which is our innovator/incubator arm within the IDB group. So capital markets are a powerful tool for driving development. And we know that this is very important for Latin America and the Caribbean. We have been a leader in fostering financial innovation to support projects with positive social and environmental impacts. And debt capital markets, such as bonds or green bonds, are a vital source of funding for these initiatives, particularly through what we call green, social, sustainable, and blue bonds. IDB, since 2016, has supported almost 30% of the overall volume of the market in Latin America and the Caribbean, which represents $50 billion. I'm going to give you some figures to put that into perspective. As a group, we have issued 92 thematic bonds. We have helped to issue 20 green bonds, representing $9.4 billion. Sustainable bonds, 22. Social bonds, 44. Sustainably linked bonds, 6. If we are talking private sector is IDB Invest, that mostly works with private sector companies in Latin America and the Caribbean. IDB Invest has supported 40 thematic bonds, 8 green bonds, 11 sustainable bonds, 18 social bonds, and 3 sustainability-linked bonds. On the public sector side, where we work with governments, we have helped governments issue over 52 thematic bonds, 12 green bonds, 11 sustainable bonds, 26 social bonds, and 3 sustainability-linked bonds. I'm giving you these numbers to give you an idea of how important thematic bonds, which includes green, social, sustainable, are important in the region. And what we do is a really what we call holistic approach. We work on the complete life cycle, from issuance support to market infrastructure, which includes taxonomies and regulation. We have done so with Jamaica and the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Anchoring investments, guarantees, and impact investments. We have helped capture more than 230 green and sustainability bonds reported by more than 100 issuers in the market. We also have a platform, and a platform that includes over 230 issuances, covering 80% of the regional market in terms of volume, and more than 18 countries have participated. So these numbers speak volume in terms of our presence in the market. And particularly on the public sector side, we think Jamaica has tremendous potential. I am sure you know of a very important bond that was done last year by the government of Jamaica that secured close to $480 million in a 12-year bond to the securitization of the Norman Manley International Airport. And that was oversubscribed by, I think, 3 or 4 times the original amount. So this really underlines the unique position that Jamaica and the government of Jamaica has today in the market. Yesterday, Prime Minister Holness talked about that as well. Jamaica is very attractive. So with our experience, we really believe that there's a lot that we can do on the public sector side and on the private sector side to help Jamaica get to that new level. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you. So now we're moving on to Kishan Kude from the UNDP. And you know, most of us, when we hear UNDP, we think about social matters. So I'm really excited to hear how the UNDP has been entering this space in terms of financial marketplace, financial inclusion. And in a way, does this have anything to do with the work you've been doing to advance and accelerate one of the SDGs, I think it's SDG 10, about disparities and those things?
Thanks, Dr. Nelson, and thanks to JSE, Dr. Street Forest, and others for the congratulations, first of all, on today's launch of the platform. And UNDP is really pleased to have been a partner with JSE alongside IDB on this process to get to this stage and going forward, of course. So United Nations Development Program, UNDP, we've been in the Caribbean and here in Jamaica for half a century, 50 years, and we've done a lot of things together over that half century. And today, 3 things we're focused on in our cooperation in country, Jamaica, but also in the region. First one is poverty and inequality, so that's social agenda, as you said. The second one is on enhancing governance, legal reform, regulatory reform, justice systems. And the third one is, of course, on the green transition. And these 3 pillars are then underlay by this work on sustainable finance. So across the small island developing states, including Caribbean, but also in Pacific, we do about $400 million US per year of grants, specifically to small island developing states, the vulnerable SIDS, as they're called. And so if we take the example of the environment, the green transition pillar, how that connects to sustainable finance. You know, through a lot of our grants that we provide for projects in country, we're doing things like national strategies on climate finance, national strategies on biodiversity finance, institutional capacity building, setting up new institutions like climate change offices in a particular ministry or sometimes an entire ministry, you know, over the years. So institutional capacities, regulatory capacities, And then, of course, the implementation agenda. So we're working with partners, both public and private sector, for implementing those strategies. And that's where we come in on the sustainable finance angle. So UNDP has been supporting the emergence of about $27 billion of green bonds in recent years, in the past 5 years or so. That's alongside work on other forms of sustainable finance beyond bonds, of course, debt swaps and various other, tax and et cetera, et cetera. So we have emerged, as you said, as a player in terms of the role of how do you build on the grant, the base of the important role of grant assistance and capacity development to bring in both public and private sector to achieve those national strategies. And so we're very, of course, happy to be collaborating in Jamaica as well to try to bring some of those lessons from our global experience in supporting the emergence of green bonds to here as well.
Thank you so much. This is actually very important. I want to bring this to relevance of what we're doing. You think about it, last year they had the decennial, every 10 years, all the small island developing states meet and talk about where they want to go. And their 10-year strategy is very much about really drilling down deep to ensure sustainability given the vulnerability. So whether it's the blue economy or the green economy or whatever name you want to call it, we have a lot of work to do in a very short time. So it's all hands on deck. So in a minute and a half we have left, I just want to ask Natasha Marstov just to comment if there's any quick message you want to send in terms of how can the IDB support now more education on the, let's say, the private sector side? What has to happen next?
So I think on the private sector side, mostly this is IDB Invest, who would be directly, providing support. Really, it is very important to start discussing not only how the process would go, but also once the proceeds of the bonds materialize, where would those proceeds go? That's the most important part. Where are the underlying assets? And how are those assets rated? So my message would be beyond just the funding. What is very important is that we, as a development partner, also help companies to set up the process. We provide the technical assistance, and we provide the guidance. What is also very important is we strive for impact and scalability. And that is really very important to us. And we feel that our track record in the region really shows how much we can do. We can start small, and from there build up and scale up.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take a little bit, take some time, very quickly. Jillian, I wanted to say, you've done a lot of experience very quickly. Where do we go from here? Because this is just the beginning of the conversation. And we don't want to wait until next year to come back. So we know there are opportunities within the next 12 months to do some work. What next could CIBC, with all its experience, offer? And where can we hear about the next thing in the next 3 months of what we can be doing?
Thanks. I think the first aspect of it is there's the green guide, bond guide has been published. There are businesses out there that are in various areas. So I would start with just looking at agriculture, for example. The minister spoke just now, the Minister of Finance spoke earlier today, and she mentioned the impact that the climate events had on agriculture, just as an example, right? And as a new minister, I just checked on her LinkedIn, and she posted an article about what we'd call our agri-tech system that's here in Jamaica and how successful it's been. We need to start investing in those types of things. And if you look at the Green Bond Guide, just as an example, that's covered under there. We can move agriculture to the next level where we're educating our people with the support of the technical capacity that the IADB is providing, training up our people to understand how agriculture is not what we knew historically, but what we can do now to create a fully efficient resource that is not only includes water recycling, but it also includes solar, so that you have even potentially AI involved in it that maximizes yields. The largest countries globally are using those technologies to improve their food security. Food security is a major issue for us. Transportation in the region is a major security for us. The other aspect I would speak to is water. Water is also an issue. Water recycling is an issue as well. So there are a number of areas and new business opportunities that can come out. For CIBC, we have also provided, we have a sustainable finance arm that has not only provided advisory on sustainable frameworks for governments like the Government of Canada, but we've also done it for private sector as well. And while we're speaking about the bond market here or the Jamaica Stock Exchange, the Prime Minister yesterday also spoke to the fact that Jamaica is also 3 notches down from getting back to investment grade. What that opportunity allows, and even now, bonds that Jamaica has on the market actually trades very well, and it's priced very well as well. It's very attractive investment right now. There are opportunities for Jamaica to shift into going back to the capital markets and raising funds, just like what I showed just now, that would then be able to be used to invest across the region. So I'd say what's next? 2 things would be focusing on developing and utilizing the guide, and it's a framework that's very detailed and can guide businesses on what they can do. There are existing businesses right now that are in the poultry industry, other sectors that can utilize that to raise funds to not only improve their businesses, but also expand it. And then the second aspect of it is looking at outside of the local stock markets and looking internationally on being able to, because there are impact investors that are investing in these and that are looking for investments like this. And it's a very active market. So I see the dust sweeper coming to sweep us off the stage. So I'm going to, because we got this sign long time, we're way over, we're 4 minutes over. The thing is that this young lady doesn't live here in Jamaica, so I really want to have her, give her a little bit of opportunity. Now, for those of you who are here, the UNDP office is here, the IDB is here. I really think because this launch just happened, we need to have a very rapid follow-up on this topic. It may have to be virtual for those of us who don't live here, but let's really put in place. So I'm going to stand up so Mr. Dust Sweeper sees that I'm sweeping us off the stage. But as you go, last words for UNDP, UNESCO, how can we make sure that you have pulled the public and the young people into this space?
Yes, well, we're very excited to convene a follow-up dialogue with many of you that are interested with JSE. It's in our 2025 work plan to continue this capacity development sort to JSE, but also really to explore tangible investment projects. If any companies out here are interested in collaborating with the United Nations on private partnerships for sustainable finance, reach out. 1 to 3 Lady Musgrave Road, we're there. We got a team of 50, we're ready to collaborate.
Is that minute well one here? So everybody here now, so clap them! Thank you so much. And remember, the world in a problem, the world in a mess. Corporations that could profit and they couldn't care less. Making money but no waste. There is no solution. What we need now is a green revolution.
The energy and the creativity of that team, that moderator, goes without saying. Thank you very much, Dr. Nelson, and certainly we will be taking you up, UNDP, to continue to sensitize the market and to create products and services to benefit our stakeholders. Now, we have one more session before lunch. Export and import dynamics, fueling development through diaspora engagement. And the moderator for this session is my favorite executive director of the JMEA, along with my favorite 2 consuls general and my favorite export finance expert as well. So I have a full team of favorites here, and I'd like to ask the moderator for the session, Mrs. Kamisha Blake, Executive Director, Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association, to join us on stage. and she will invite the panelists thereafter.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know that we're between you and your food, and as good Jamaicans, we love our belly. But this session is promising to be very exciting, and we promise you, we're not going to take so long, all right? So let me welcome to the stage my distinguished panelists. With me, I have JSE McDougall. In Jamaica, we say MacDougall, but she said it's fine anyways. It's coming from the same background. She is the head of export finance for the US, Mexico, and English-speaking Caribbean at the UK Export Finance. We also have Mrs. Alison Roach Wilson, OD. She's a Consul General of Jamaica in New York, a tireless advocate for the Jamaican diaspora. And Mr. Oliver Mayer, our own Consul General of Jamaica in Miami. He's a visionary leader in economic diplomacy and investment promotion. So please help me welcome them. You want me to dub too? I don't think I can dub, so I'll just walk myself right over to my seat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, great. So I will start off with just asking our Consul General Wilson, just tell us a bit about the role of the Consul General. I don't think many Jamaicans understand the role and the importance of it.
So the role of the Consul General is really to see about the interest of all our diaspora members who reside in our host country, so the US. So myself and my colleague, C.G. Mayer, we are literally responsible to see about the interest of all our diaspora members. We do also go a bit further. We offer consular services. So persons in the US who have a passport, a Jamaican passport, that have been expired or they've lost it, would come to us to have their passport renewed. We also offer citizenship to our Jamaicans that are in the US that have children, so by descent or by marriage. And then we also seek investment opportunities for the US. So we do a whole host of coverage for our diaspora in the US.
That's awesome. I want to say that Jamaica, we are in a very transformative period. We are rewriting our history. So last night, the Prime Minister would have pointed out that we are reducing our debt by, in 2013, we were 140% of the GDP. And by the end of this financial year, we're looking to be at 62%. Exports last year exceeded $1.4 billion. And that was primarily driven by agriculture, manufacturing, and mining. And the Jamaican diaspora, numbering around 3 million people globally, contributed $3 billion US in remittances. And this is very important as we, engage each other today about the power of the diaspora to drive exports and investment. So, C.G. Mayer, you have been doing a lot of work, particularly in the Miami-Atlanta area. Can you just tell us a bit about, how we can use the power of the diaspora to drive exports and investment more to benefit our Jamaican economy?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At the last Diaspora conference, I was on a panel. A Rasta man came to the the podium, and him say, people, we need to stop use the word diaspora, because what we have here is the living spora. And certainly what we have, a very dynamic living spora group in the United States. And a part of what we do is to tap into that energy. We encourage persons to buy Jamaican, identify companies that carry the Jamaican brands. We do a lot of courtesy visits. Companies enter in the United States, will meet with us. They will invite us to their openings. We'll help them with necessary connections. I mean, just one quick example. We have seen what has taken place, for example, with Juicy Beef. They have had a number of openings in Florida, in Georgia, and now New York. So this is one example of how we support. We're partners with the Jamaican brands, and we encourage people to consume Jamaican products and to ensure that our Jamaican companies do well.
That's very good, but I just want to follow quickly with that because, you know, you and I have been on trade missions, and we have visited distributors who have said that Jamaican products are high quality, but we have a few issues. You know, can you just tell us a bit more as to what are the gaps as it relates to driving exports more?
Very good question. In fact, I was on the phone this morning with a large distributor out of Georgia. They supply 700 Jamaican restaurants across the southern United States. And he said to me, CG, by far the biggest issue they face is inconsistency. I mean, there are a number of crops that Jamaicans, as we know, we naturally consume. Warm breadfruit, ackee, yam, banana. And believe you me, we take these things for granted when we're here in Jamaica. But once you're abroad, trust me, anywhere you can find a good Jamaican meal, you go for it. But the feedback in the market is, of course, that we're not consistent. We have had a number of distributors waiting for container loads of ackee, and they can't fulfill the demand. And so there's an opportunity, though we identify the problem, there's an opportunity for us as Jamaica acting as a company, as an organization. We meet together, strategize. How can we line up the production planning around these crops to meet the demand and identify challenges in between and deal with them? I was, you know, during my work life at Jamaica Broilers, I was shocked that a company, you know, over 62 years in the business would have production issues every single week. So once a week we'd have a production meeting and there would be a new issue. And this is for poultry, which Jamaica Broilers and CB know very well. Now imagine us dealing with crops that we have to deal with hundreds of farmers right across the island. It involves far more in-depth planning, in my opinion, so that we can capitalize on the opportunities that exist right there in the diaspora, just for our people, and then we can spread, because everybody who try our food love it. So there's a huge opportunity for us in agriculture, as one example.
Okay, excellent. I just want to bring in Jesse into the conversation. Welcome to Jamaica. Is it your first time being here?
No, it's not. I come regularly. Thank you.
Good. So we can, you know, use some pato with her. Wagwan.
Thank you.
All right, Jesse, can you just... She didn't respond. Wagwan, Jesse.
Okay, maybe not that regularly, right, Kamisha?
All right. We'll fix it by the end of today. All right, so Jesse, maybe many of us have never heard about the UK Export Finance. As an agency, tell us a bit more about the work that you're doing in the region. Examples of, you know, projects that you're currently funding.
Great, thank you so much, Kamisha. So I represent UK Export Finance, which is an agency that is 105 years old, financial institution. My role is origination with UCAF, and I cover, as Kamisha mentioned, the US, Mexico, and the English-speaking Caribbean. But a key part of that for me is Jamaica. I do come regularly, despite not knowing all the slang. And my role here is to source projects that we can support with UK government financing. And that can be public sector or private sector projects. And you may have seen in the press fairly recently that we signed an agreement with the Ministry of Finance and the Public Services and my agency, UK Export Finance, in order to provide UK government funding to accelerate projects that are deemed to be national priorities by your government. And so we're really proud to be a part of that and to progress projects that will underpin the infrastructure that supports the growth that you guys are all trying to support with the diaspora. But the things that we have funded in the region include airport upgrades, hospitals, and water desalination plants across Guyana, BVI, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and more to be announced soon.
Thanks for that. All right, so CG Wilson. So I can say that both you and CG Mayor has brought so much light to the work of the Consulate General in the US. You know, but we wonder, what are some of the initiatives and what more can be done to just engage the diaspora, especially in the US where we have roughly 1 million Jamaicans? You know, what is the power of leveraging that group to help to build Jamaica some more?
Fantastic question. I do believe, though, that there are well over 1 million Jamaicans who reside in the US. I really think it's more like 2 million Jamaicans who reside in the US. So there are many initiatives that myself and CG Mayor have launched since we have been appointed. One initiative that I've launched, it's an initiative called CG and the Beat. And so the CG and the Beat initiative is just a simple initiative that takes us out of the consulate, away from our desk, and into the diaspora. And so we visit communities in Brooklyn, Queens, and the Bronx, and also the other states that we're responsible for. In New York, we're responsible for 33 states, not just New York. And so we meet and talk to our diaspora members to figure out what the needs are. One engagement that I did when I was appointed in 2019, I believe, was to launch a Jamaica Stock Exchange Forum. We did a forum, put the initiative together real quickly. Probably took us only about a month to put that initiative together. We invited the folks from the Jamaica Stock Exchange to come up. Dr. Marlene Street was there with a few other representatives. And believe it or not, 3,000 diaspora members showed up. 3,000 persons. 3,000 persons who were yearning for information and trade, investment, export, import. 3,000 persons showed up. The fire department actually had to come in and ask us to close down for a brief moment because we had too many persons in the building. Now, what this tells us is that there's a real appetite in the diaspora for our diaspora members. Today, in fact, I have a diaspora member that's sitting right there at that table, Mr. Jerneil Lorne. And Jerneil just recently, without going into details about what he's doing, he just recently purchased 150 acres of land in St. Elizabeth. And so he's here today to hear more about what he can do and how he can invest in Jamaica, what he can do as it relates to import-export. With the buzz also that just happened in the US with President Biden pardoning Marcus Garvey, that clap is real fanky. Can I just say this one more time? Please permit me to say this one more time because this is a huge deal. With the buzz that is currently going on globally and in the US, because President Biden has finally pardoned Marcus Garvey. And we would like to thank one of our diaspora members here, Dr. Claire Nelson, who has been pushing this cause, Congresswoman Yvette Clark, and many others. But with that buzz that is happening, what I would like to do is to extend an invitation to Stephen and Mrs. Street Forest to re-engage our diaspora member and to consider launching something that I've been talking about since 2009 when I was a banker at Bear Stearns. We need to launch a diaspora bond. It is full time. We have a diaspora that the remittance that our diaspora sends back to Jamaica is really $4 billion US. That is not peanuts. And so it is time for us to engage the diaspora and launch our diaspora bond. There are so many other initiatives. It will take me all day to go into them. And so I see the clock is counting down. I'm going to stop here.
Pretty interesting. You know, one of the things we have been saying over the years is how much we want to engage the diaspora, whether in investment, real estate. You know, everybody wants to buy. Jamaicans overseas.
And from there, we had a delegation come to this conference. And we have also carried delegations to the GMA. And we have a delegation being planned already for April for the GMA conference. And For those of you interested in health and wellness, on May 10th, we have an event called the Jamaica High Five 5K Run. You guys are welcome to come. All the proceeds from that 5K go towards adopting clinics. In fact, the region now has adopted 16 clinics, health clinics right here in Jamaica. And so persons can come along, get your fitness groove on, and also give back to healthcare, which is very important in the health of a nation and the health of our diasporans worldwide.
Quite impactful work being done there, Oliver. Very proud of it. So, Jesse, you know, Jamaica is a small state. We face quite a number of external shocks. You know, climate change is one of those things that we all have to be paying attention to. While we appreciate that $3 billion from the diaspora, how can we leverage more of your financing, especially for resilience building, to just help to drive our economic growth more?
That's a great question, Kamisha. There's a lot we can do together in the clean growth, resiliency space, and it's an area of keen enthusiasm for the UK government, I'd have to say, for us to partner and find projects in that space. To give you some context, I wanted to mention that in our last fiscal year, we put to work $11 billion globally. We have huge capacity to face Jamaica, over $5 billion of market appetite. So we have a lot of work to do together to find projects that qualify and that work for us to collaborate and make those investments in Jamaica. I loved the PM's talk last night about efficiency measures, anti-bureaucracy, but in particular about energy. When he talked about energy being such a pivotal sector for Jamaica to unlock productivity, his key focus, in every other sector. You know, low energy economies are wealthy, low cost energy economies are wealthy economies. So we need that. You know, when he talked about nuclear SMRs, this is a great long-term investment that he indicated the country is ready to make. So I think that's fantastic. But I wanted to mention that I see upcoming investments in things like vertical farming, you know, some hotel import replacement. I see it in shore power for Jamaican ports around resiliency and supporting sort of the bursts of power that you need for, say, cruise ships and other vessels. And we're well placed to support many of these types of projects.
Can private sector tap into your funding, or is it just through central government?
It's actually both. We can do corporate deals or we can do government deals. And we also talked to DBJ about the PPP projects that have been mentioned also this morning by Minister Fayval Williams. So we're very keen to support a range of potential projects. I wanted to mention that we have extensive experience and case studies in bridges, roads, stadiums, airports, hospitals, and renewable energy. And I can see all of those being key touch points for Jamaica.
Absolutely. C.G. Wilson, I noted when I said there's about 1 million Jamaicans in the US, you said, no, it's about 2 million Jamaicans. And all of us as Jamaicans, we know that there are people there, you know, in less than legal circumstances. Yes, some people swim across, some people walk across, and different means of just getting into the US. But we know that President Trump, yes, we have to be realistic. Right now, there are many Jamaicans who are anxious because President Trump has vowed to address US borders. So as the CG, how can you help Jamaicans who are there less than legal, you know, to just make it back home to Jamaica or get themselves straightened out?
This is a heavy weight on your shoulders.
They start calling you, right?
Please. We receive about 530 calls per day at the consulate. I don't want any more. Without going into too much details, one of the ways that we can facilitate our diaspora members who are undocumented is to provide attorneys. And these are attorneys that are pro bono. We have a list at the consulate that I created in 2021 with attorneys from some of the states that we're responsible for: New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, and so forth. And so what we are prepared to do is to provide guidance by directing them to these attorneys that are ready to work with them pro bono. We're not able to give them, green cards. We're not able to, we're not permitted to do any of those things, but we'll guide them. We're there to see about the interest of our diaspora members, and that includes providing proper information and guidance to them. So we'll provide the list of attorneys to them if they call, so that they can get guidance.
And that's fair enough. Good. So just to wrap up here, yes, we have 5 minutes left between you and the food. CG, Mayor, do you have any just closing remarks, how to drive exports and investment, and how can people find you?
Yeah, and just to add to what CG said, we have a number of organizations that work very well with us: the Caribbean Bar Association, the Jamaica Bar Associations. We have a number of attorneys that have always been on standby to support. A part of our mandate has always been to keep the community updated as to know your rights, know the lay of the land, stay on the right side of the law. We encourage that type of dialogue throughout the year. So, this is adding to this is something that we do on a regular basis. Even on our lecture series, we have that sort of discourse taking place. We're going to be encouraging persons to get to your question, to come on down with us to the GMA. I believe a lot of companies can benefit from some of the innovation taking place right here in Jamaica. The Scientific Council is one of the gems that a lot of persons are not aware of. And we have had a number of individuals that have formed products right here in Jamaica, brought it to the States, and it has done well. And so, in fact, one gentleman, we're actually putting together a restaurant competition in our area where we will be rewarding the #1 restaurant. And a part of the criteria is that you have to at least purchase 10 Jamaican items. So we want to continue ensuring that our Jamaican products are available and showcased in our regions, and that we continue to drive people consuming our Jamaican food and products.
That's very good. It's an election year, and the diaspora always saying that they feel left out. Can the diaspora vote?
That question's for me?
Absolutely.
Oh, boy, you give me all the odd questions. Of course the diaspora can vote. Our diaspora members just need to be registered to vote, so they can fly back to Jamaica, ensure that they're registered to vote, and then on election day, then fly back and vote. All our diaspora members, as long as they're registered to vote, can vote.
Awesome. Yeah. So Jesse,
Yeah, and in fact, we do have a number of persons who fly down to vote every election cycle. So there are some countries that you can go to the consulate to vote. We don't have that for Jamaica, but if you're registered to vote, you can come down and vote and exercise that right.
Awesome. Jesse, parting words?
Sure, some closing remarks. You have some great counterparts at the Jamaican High Commission in London, in South Kensington, and JAMPRO representation through Lawrence Jones. They're phenomenal. They are working hard for Jamaica all the time to try and increase trade between the UK and Jamaica, and they're doing a superb job. And you can reach out to them about delegations of companies going in each direction, and they do a fabulous job of promoting Jamaican trade. And I would say we also have some UK government representatives here at our High Commission in Kingston who help focus on breaking down trade barriers for Jamaican companies who want to export to the UK. So you may have something similar for the US, but we have dedicated UK government staff members trying to focus on that. So if you come up with those kind of barriers, we have colleagues in the UK who are trying to support that for development purposes. So just wanted to mention that. Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to mention something quickly. Now that I'm on the podium, I would like to give a personal shout out to head lady, who's not listening to me, but Mrs. Marlene Street Forrest. We'd just like to tell you how much we're proud of you, the excellent work that you have done over the years. This is the only time I get to hold the mic, right? But just to say we appreciate you. Over the years, I've been Consul General now for 6 years. You have been a phone caller where I came to Jamaica just 3 weeks ago. We met, did a courtesy visit, and we had a quick discussion about you coming up and being a part of the lecture series. You quickly organized it. You were there. And now we have members from the southern region who came down here to be a part of the stock exchange. And we had over 40 persons who indicated that they would get started investing in the Jamaica stock market. So kudos to you and your leadership. And this is very personal now. Last thing I'll say, sorry to hog the mic, but if you could give me a little brownie points. For today I celebrate 20 years. Today is my wedding anniversary, right? 20 years. So I want to big up my wife and get some extra brownie points. She had to give me permission today to come here. So later on we're heading down to the North Coast to enjoy, but couldn't miss this opportunity to be a part of the stock exchange and just giving back. Thank you.
I think that was 20 brownie points you scored right there. But I too want to add my voice to saying thank you to Doc. You have done a tremendous job. You know, with the manufacturing industry, we're very proud to say that we're still a part of the cornerstone of the Jamaican economy. And investing in Jamaica on the stock market, we would have seen where manufacturing companies are some of the most robust companies there. Doc will say they have collectively, grown over 400% for the average company, the manufacturing company on the stock market. This year, we're looking forward to several of our members from the JMEA getting listed. We have an MOU with the JSE, and we're very proud to be driving investment through the JSE. So with that said, CG Mayor would have spoken about the JMEA conference, but it's the Expo Jamaica that is scheduled from April 3 to 6 this year at the National Arena and the National Indoor Sports Complex. And that is where we're very proud to put on our show of showing what is brand Jamaica, the best products that are manufactured here in Jamaica. So we look forward to having you all at the National Arena. And I know you would have brought in a delegation if they could just wave their hands. The delegation that came here with CG. Higgins, come on. Yes. Awesome.
Stand up now, guys, man, even if it's a small group. Some of them outside.
So,
clap them.
Thank you very much.
Right.
So just to part, I want to say, big up yourself. Let's try that again, Jesse. Big up yourself. Come on, in the mic.
Jesse, say big up yourself. Big up yourself.
Big up yourself.
And Jamaica, as
Thank you
usual,
so much.
we liquor, but we talawa.
Yes.
We can all say that together, right? We liquor, but we
Talawa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cam. And thank you to the very enthusiastic panel. Thank you all for sharing with us. The future is bright with these two consuls general and the export finance lead from UK Export Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, just before we go to lunch, some notices. Intelligent multimedia, to my extreme left in the back, is available for you to charge and power your mobile devices, laptops, and electronics. Located to my left in the back of the room. Also reminding you of later of the fellowship and networking event at Villa Ronai. We will have buses leaving from the Pegasus at 6, 6:30, and 7. Promises to be a grand event. We will be showing 2 short films to showcase the creative industries. 2 short films, total of 40 minutes, made in Jamaica, produced in Jamaica, financed in Jamaica, to show you the value of investing in our creative industries. So that's the fellowship event at Villa Ronai. Lunch will now be served. There may not be enough seats here, but at the top floor, 17th floor of the Pegasus, we will also be serving up there. So if you don't have a seat here, you can go upstairs and get lunch as well. Thank you very much, and see you shortly.
you.